in Escanaba, Michigan for a video deposition of Dr. Charlie Mesloh in the matter of Martinez Bowman plaintiff versus Mark Hunter in his official capacity as Sheriff of the County Sheriff's Office et al. Defendant. This is a matter currently pending in the United States District Court, Middle District of Florida, case number 3:22CB 545MMHMCR. Today's date is Monday, June 5th, 2023, and the time is approximately 10 o'clock a.m. I am Tony Barris, video operator for Veritex. Counsel, if you put your appearances on the record, the court reporter will then state their name and swear of witness.
John Phillips on behalf of the plaintiff, also for the plaintiff appearing, all three of us appearing by Zoom, is Amy Hanna, an attorney on the record, and Catherine Alcima, our paralegal.
Michael Spellman with Ziffin and Spellman, appearing in person and by Zoom, my law partner, Dawn Whitehurst.
Okay, and my name is Pam Rankin.
Is that as loud as that gets? The laptop?
Let me turn That's max.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, sir, could you raise your hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the whole truth?
I do.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Charles Terrence Mesloh.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed as a professor at Northern Michigan University.
And you have a doctorate, is that correct?
I do.
You prefer the, prefix title Dr. Mesloh? Is that appropriate?
That's fine.
Okay. What did you bring with you today?
I brought all the documents that you requested in the Justice Tecum. It's a lot.
Okay. You brought it via thumb drive?
Electronic thumb drives, yes.
Okay. Do you have a paper copy for you to refer to?
Only of my report.
Okay, fair enough. Any other paper that you brought with you?
Just the Justice Tecum. That's it.
Okay. Do you have a laptop or computer to be able to review the things you brought on the thumb drive?
I don't have one with me.
Okay, fair enough. So we'll attach for plaintiff's first exhibit the thumb drives that you brought, so I can review them. When we get them to Florida, I guess. The next, so have you've obviously some of the questions I'm going to ask you, I know the answer to. Some of them, may be fairly dumb questions that I'm just trying to see how you answer. Some are laying a predicate for me and my understanding because you've done this in this area more than I have. And some are just questions that I ask that may draw an objection, and we'll just get through that, okay? But I know the answer to the probably first question I'm going to ask. Have you had your deposition taken before?
Yes.
Okay. For this deposition, I just want to draw a couple of ground rules that are fairly typical for depositions. If you answer a question, I'm going to assume that you understood it. Otherwise, if you don't understand a question, I want you to clarify. Is that a fair ground rule?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously we're dealing with the written record, so we have a general need is to answer with yeses and nos rather than ahas and uh-uhs or verbal cues. Do we agree to that?
We do.
And we'll try to, clarify because, oftentimes.
I'm sorry. I have something wrong with my, Sorry about that, guys.
You want me to push the block?
Yeah, could you?
Okay. We are going off the record, and the time is 10:04
I think my...
Back on the record, and the time is 10:05 a.m.
The second, or I guess the kind of next ground rule is if you can, this isn't like a normal conversation. I think you're aware of that. Rarely do we take the oath in a normal conversation, even though we hopefully tell the truth. But because of that, and because we're dealing with not only a written record, but Zoom, let's try to I'll try to let you finish your questions, and you. Nope. I'll try to let you finish your answers if you let me try to finish my questions. If I accidentally cut you off and you have more answer, let me know, and we'll work through that, okay?
Fair enough.
What's your educational background, sir?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from the University of Florida. I have a master's degree in public administration from Florida Gulf Coast University. I have a doctorate in public affairs from the University of Central Florida.
And what is your, vocational history, please?
I was a law enforcement officer after my bachelor's degree for 13 years for the City of Venice Police Department. I was injured in line of duty, retired very early with a medical retirement, went back to college and stayed too long and got a PhD.
Okay.
After that, while I was getting the PhD, I worked at the University of Central Florida Police Department as an administrator, and then was hired by Florida Gulf Coast University, where I worked for 10 years.
Okay.
After 10 years there, I took a management position at Northern Michigan University as a department head. I did that for 2 years. I was asked to be a dean. I did that for 2 years. And I had only planned to work a couple more years and retire. But unfortunately, my son picked an expensive school.
So what did that lead to?
I have to keep working.
Okay.
For 2 more years.
And what about any consulting businesses or work you've done?
I have a small consulting company called Advanced Research Solutions. I do, it's kind of, expert witness is probably the largest part of it, but I do policy research, sometimes risk management, and data analysis for different groups that are, sometimes it has legal implications, sometimes it doesn't. Okay.
What is risk management?
Occasionally I'll be contacted by agency or, a insurance company about my opinion about a case.
Okay. And what is Advanced Research? Did you say Solutions?
Yeah.
What is that?
Well, that's just the name of the company.
Okay. Who owns it?
My wife and I do.
Okay. And were you retained by Columbia County Sheriff's Office, or was Advanced Research Solutions retained by Columbia County Sheriff's Office?
I'm the co-owner, so I was hired by Columbia County.
Okay. In your capacity as working for Advanced Research Solutions, or in an individual capacity?
Well, that's a good question. I'd have to ask the CPA that question.
Okay. Do you know who Columbia County Sheriff's Office wrote a check to?
Advanced Research Solutions.
Okay. In what?
Clear, Mr. Phillips, I believe the Sheriff's Risk Management Fund actually wrote the check, not the Columbia County Sheriff's Office.
Oh, fair enough. Thank you for the clarification. The injury in line of work, was that a car accident? Did I see that somewhere?
That was one.
Okay.
2 others that were rescues that went badly.
Any injury by a offender or alleged perpetrator while on duty?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Many. Punched. I've had chairs thrown at me. I had a rocking chair broken over my head. I've been hurt a bunch of times.
Okay.
None of those were worthy of retiring. The lower back injury was a little different.
Okay, fair enough. What is your ownership history of dogs?
I was a dog handler starting in '89, and I've owned German Shepherds up until about 14 months ago.
When did you first get? Sorry. What was that last part?
Oh, that's when the last one died.
Okay, fair. Sorry about that. when did you first, I guess what I'm trying to understand is, before you were assigned to police canine, what was your familiarity with pet ownership?
Growing up, we had a Newfoundland, which had nothing to do with police dogs.
Okay, fair enough.
It was just big and fluffy and kind of dumb.
What was that dog's name?
Pokey.
Pokey.
Pokey. Like he was black. He was a big, like Smokey the Bear.
Oh, Smokey. Did Smokey respond to commands?
Rarely.
Okay.
He weighed 200 pounds. You couldn't make a 200-pound dog do anything. You could kind of lead him around by food. Like I said, there might have been something wrong with Smokey.
Okay. Would Smokey have been fit for police work?
No.
Why not?
He had no agility, no speed, no training. He would barely do any commands at all.
Okay. How important are commands, a dog responding to commands in police work?
They're important.
Okay. Why?
The dog, what goes down the leash comes up the leash is the saying we use in canine training.
What does that mean?
The dog responds to what we want them to do. Some of those are nonverbal, but some of it is verbal.
Okay. Did you sustain any dog bites in your line of work?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Training accidents happen all the time. It depends what kind of equipment you're using for protection. Sometimes it's just a protective sleeve. When the dogs are relatively new, they stay on the sleeve. We try to break them of the sleeve and go to a full body suit. The full body suit doesn't protect your feet. So the dog can sometimes get under that and bite. So I have a hole in one of my legs. I have a hole in one of my wrists.
From training canines?
Dog bite, yeah.
Okay.
Dog bites.
The hole that you have, did that require skin grafting?
No, I use super glue.
Were those incidents documented or reported?
No.
Why not?
They were minor. I mean, they were puncture wounds, and if it had happened to a civilian, we would have absolutely reported them.
Okay.
But training accidents happen quite a bit.
Okay. How much of your time is spent teaching or being a dean as opposed to being an expert witness?
Oh, I'm not a dean anymore. I went back to faculty.
Okay. So how much of your time is working, being a professor versus advanced research solutions expert?
Very little is on advanced research solutions. Almost all of it is teaching.
Then give me some understanding of kind of how much time you spend as a consulting expert or with advanced research solutions.
Well, if I can just look at my cases quickly, I mean, in 2022, I had one case. In 21, I had 3 cases. In 20, I had 2 cases. It's a relatively small number. Now, I don't include any of the other things that, if it's a program evaluation, but it's not very much.
Okay, very good.
Never more than 1 a year.
Okay. What is Northern Michigan University's role in your expert consultant work?
Nothing.
Okay.
They're 2 separate things. They do not mix.
Tell me about that. What do you mean by that?
They're 2 different jobs.
Okay.
My expert work does not move into the university. The university doesn't have anything to do with the expert witness, other than things I read.
Why does your report on page 1 list Northern Michigan University and not Advanced Research Solutions?
because that's my primary employer.
Okay. Is Advanced Research Solutions on your report, named on your report anywhere?
No.
What is Weapons and Equipment Research Institute?
That was a lab that I had when I was at Florida Gulf Coast University that was funded by the National Institute of Justice and the Bureau of Justice Assistance. Our primary goal was to test and evaluate less lethal equipment, and then over time we did other things that they would ask for. So highway flares and infrared beacons and handcuffs, and pretty much anything somebody at the National Institute of Justice thought might be an issue or timely.
Did you test anything related to canine use?
Infrared beacons.
What are those?
It's a light you can't see without having night vision equipment that you could attach to a harness on the dog, and that way you could see them from a helicopter. Okay. So even if the helicopter didn't have a FLIR, a forward-looking infrared radar that was looking down and seeing things, if they even just had a night vision scope, you could see where the dog was. There was a push at the time to make officers more visible so that if they got lost in foot pursuit, stopped answering the radio, you could find them. Again, it turned out to be a flash in the pan. Whatever they were looking at, it didn't seem to go anywhere. Or maybe the report killed whatever they were thinking about.
What is the device called that's used to separate a dog from a bite?
It's a breaker bar.
Okay. Did you do any testing of a breaker bar?
No, I don't believe in breaker bars.
Okay. Are you aware that a breaker bar was used in this instance?
No, I was not.
Are you aware that a Alachua County Sheriff's Office exclusively trains that officers are to separate using a breaker bar?
I know that they can use a breaker bar, but they also could use a verbal or a liftoff.
Okay. Was a verbal command used in this instance?
It was not.
Okay. And we'll get into that in a little bit. What was your role at the Weapons and Equipment Research Institute?
I was the director. So I had 4 or 5 graduate students at full-time salary. I had undergraduates that were part-time salary. I had interns, people doing internships there. I had people that were doing service learning, which if you're not familiar with colleges now, they want kids to do something other than schoolwork for a little while. And so at one point I had 43 people working in this lab.
Were you the founder?
I was.
Okay. And did you receive compensation through those grants?
I personally did not. The university takes all of the money, then they release you from teaching responsibilities. So indirectly, I'd say it's a kind of a maybe. I never got a paycheck for it, other than just my regular salary.
Okay. How did that end?
Yeah, the funding dried up. New presidential elections happen and priorities change. And so Department of Justice gets its marching orders, and then they tell the National Institute of Justice and the Bureau of Justice Assistance, these are the things we are interested in. So they play out the grants as long as they were funded, but they didn't get renewed after that. Which
university was affiliated with that entity?
Florida Gulf Coast University.
Okay. Did they, for lack of a better term, own Weapons and Equipment Research Institute, or did you?
No, they did.
Okay. How often are you individually or Advanced Research Solutions retained in these types of cases for plaintiffs versus defendants?
Okay. It's on page 17 of my report. So depends how far back you want to go.
Okay. Let's.
In the last couple of years, it's more plaintiff than defendant. Before that, it was more defendant than plaintiff.
Okay. How many times have you testified in a police misconduct case?
Well, that's what these are. If I'm testifying for the plaintiff, they're police misconduct.
Okay. So obviously I can look at the document, but, just from your recollection or refreshed recollection, how many times have you done so?
I don't know. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I see 6.
6 where you've given testimony.
Deposition or trial, yeah.
Okay. Sometimes both?
Sometimes, but
Okay.
mostly just deposition.
Okay. How many times have you testified live at a jury trial?
6 or 7, maybe. Maybe more than that. I don't know. It's been a long time.
Okay.
Over my whole lifetime. Oh, as an expert or as an officer?
That was a bad question. So great distinguish. How many times have you testified as an expert live at a jury trial?
6, 8 times.
Okay.
It could be more than that.
Have you testified for the plaintiff or injured party live at trial?
I don't believe so.
Have you ever been disqualified as an expert witness?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
There was a judge, I believe, in Oklahoma that said he didn't want any experts because they muddied the water.
Okay. Are you paraphrasing or direct quoting the judge?
Well, I'm taking what the attorney called and told me over the phone.
Okay. Do you review the court orders related to your disqualifications?
No.
Why not?
I don't get them. I mean, once the case is over, the case is over.
Okay. Are you aware that federal court orders are oftentimes public?
Yes, some are. Yeah.
Okay. And you don't make it a policy to review the orders which disqualify you?
It's only one to my knowledge.
Okay.
And there wasn't anything I could do about that one.
What do you mean?
If he doesn't want expert witnesses, that isn't going to affect how I write my reports or give testimony in the future.
Okay. Bear with me. I'm going to try the kind of... So what I've done to try to move this thing along is create somewhat of a PowerPoint that I'm going to try to share, and we'll attach these as exhibits. It might mean I can't see you, but that's all right.
Mr. Phillips, I'm live, and I am not privy to the screen. Ms. Whitehurst is privy to the screen. And so...
I don't mind if y'all switch and hand off objections.
That's exactly where I was going with that.
And
thanks.
that's fair. And most of this stuff, almost all of this stuff you guys have or have seen. I think all of it. And certainly if we need to stop and flip the Zoom for you to review something, we can facilitate that.
Correct.
Okay, back to my use of technology. Let's see if we can do this. Can you see an opening graphic that says Martinez Bowman versus Columbia County Sheriff's Office?
I do.
Okay. And if I've tried to put everything where it's large enough to read, but if we need to expand or do something, just let me know. Okay.
Okay.
Schedule A, we've discussed and we've attached exhibit as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, which were the thumb drives.
Okay, before you move on from that, I actually had put together, there were some of the documents I cannot find.
Okay, what couldn't you find?
Okay, Section 4, copies of the grant proposals submitted, listed as numbers 99 basically through 141. I don't have any of the grant proposals.
Okay, anything else?
Yes. Under number 5, item number document number 185, 191, and 201.
Okay, what else?
That's it.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. That was a question I had, and I didn't ask it because I didn't go to my graphic. So
I answered it earlier when I put the jump drives down. I should have done that thing. I apologize.
That's okay. Fair enough. The case you were talking about where you disqualified in Oklahoma, was that Chaplin versus Muskegee?
Yes.
I'll attach as plaintiffs to a opinion and order. Let me keep a note. Actually, Kit, can you keep a note of the exhibits? P1 drives, P2 opinion and order, and we'll just go through them.
So the entire PowerPoint's not going to be an exhibit?
I'm fine with it being an exhibit too.
Either way.
Okay, but I'm going to each component part. We're going to attach. A lot of times I don't have the whole item on my PowerPoint, and what I'd prefer to do is we could either attach the redaction or the whole item, depending upon what it is, obviously. Like if it's an excerpt, a video, we'll attach the excerpt of video rather than the whole video because that doesn't make sense. But we can, make it page by page. I guess you haven't received this order before.
No.
Okay. Page 2, Magistrate Judge West stated, in doing so, Dr. Mesloh does little more than...
Excuse me. This is Dawn Whitehurst.
Yes.
I cannot see fully page 2, so can you adjust that, please?
Okay. Yep. And sometimes you might have to move the little screen of us around. Let me see here. I can probably go to here and go to here and go to here. Can you see it now?
I can, thank you.
Okay. Let me make sure there's nothing on my screen that I'm embarrassed by. Nope. Paragraph top of page 2. In doing so, Dr. Mesloh does little more than recite Lieutenant Simmons' testimony, which the jury will hear at trial, and is fully capable of evaluating and interpreting its adequacy. Expert testimony will not assist the jury in their fact determination at trial, as it does not require specialized knowledge to ascertain the adequacy of the training and supervision provided to the officers in general and Officer Peters specifically as the Canine officer present at trial. Related to your cases, I guess related to offering your opinions, do you review case law in the individual states?
Yes.
Do you review federal case law?
Yes.
Does that include Daubert and Fry, depending upon which jurisdiction it is?
Yes.
Okay. What is your understanding of what quantitatively opinions can you offer in federal court?
Well, it's got to be scientific evidence. It can't be voodoo science. It's got to be understandably, I'm trying to think of the right word for this. Well, you have to have a proper standing to even give the opinion to begin with. That using an example of ballistics. You couldn't have an expert that's in police practices opine on specific factors related to the scientific study of ballistics if they didn't have the background in it.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, that's the nuts and bolts of it.
Okay. What happened in Trexler versus City of Belvedere?
I have no idea. I know it's a canine case.
Do you recall?
I'm going to object at this point. You're asking him legal opinions, and he's not being put forth as a legal expert.
What was your involvement in Trexler versus City of Belvedere?
It was a canine case. I remember that much. Okay, I do remember that. 2 kids got stopped late at night, and there was a confrontation, and the dog was released.
Okay. Did you testify in that case?
No, I wrote a report.
Okay. Are you aware that if you were disqualified in that case?
I'm not aware of it.
Okay. Let me go back here. I'm referring to Tyler Trexler versus City of Belvedere. Can you see page 2, the right-sided page of that?
I can.
Can you, Dawn?
I cannot see it fully.
Okay, let me.
Okay, I can see it.
Okay. And we'll attach this opinion as plaintiffs 3. Let me just do that because I'll get numbers wrong. States in part, plaintiff seeks to bar defendant's use of force. Expert Charles Mesloh from testifying. Plaintiff claims that Mesloh's testimony should be barred in its entirety because he relies on credibility determinations he is not entitled to make and makes inadmissible and incorrect legal conclusions. In defense of Mesloh's expert opinions, defendants argue that the motion must be denied because his testimony directly refutes and contradicts the opinions of plaintiff's expert. Moving down to the last couple sentences, Mesloh's testimony fails the Daubert standards and presents inadmissible legal conclusions and irrelevant opinions. Therefore, plaintiff's motion to bar Mesloh's testimony is granted. I guess from your recollection, how did your involvement in Trexler versus City of Belvedere conclude?
With me submitting a report.
Okay. Did you have a subsequent conversation?
Oh, I'm sorry. There was a deposition. There was a deposition in this case.
Okay. Do you have all of your depositions?
No.
Okay. Are any included on that thumb drive?
No.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to understand is how is this, I guess, the first time that you're aware that Trexler versus City of Belvedere has concluded?
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't aware before today that there was a attempt, and it appears successful attempt at having you disqualified as an expert?
I was not aware.
Okay. What did you do in Anderson versus Vasquez?
It's a canine case, but I don't recall the case.
Do you recall any of the facts of the case?
No.
Okay. Are you aware if you were excluded in that case?
Not aware.
Are you aware how many cases have had motions pending to exclude you when the case was either settled or judgment entered by the court?
No.
What happened in Jones versus City of Lake City? City of Lake City.
It's a taser case, I believe. It was 8 years ago.
Is that Lake City, Florida?
No, well, I'm sorry. I'm looking at Jones versus City of Orlando.
Okay. Was there?
Excuse me, Ms. Phillips. Which one are you asking about?
Yeah, that's fair enough. Have you done any work? Have you been retained in Lake City or Columbia County before this case?
If I have, it goes past the 7-year mark.
Fair enough. Have you been retained by the defendant's firm in this case before?
Yes.
Tell me about that, please.
That was Vance versus Deloach. It was a firearms case.
Okay, tell me about that case, generally, please.
But to be clear, you were not our expert witness. You were a co-defendant's witness.
That's actually true.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, he was not our expert witness. He was a co-defendant's expert witness in that case.
Okay.
Crescent City and one of his police officers were co-defendants, and Dr. Mesloh was their expert witness, not ours. We used Richard Hoff.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection about who retained you?
Yes.
Okay. Did defense firm retain you in that instance? This defense firm?
No, I guess. I can't remember who retained me. Bob Bonner. Bob Bonner's firm.
Okay, fair enough. So let me re-ask the question. Now, with that on the table, are you aware if you've previously been retained by the defense firm in this case?
No.
Okay. How did strike that? What is your hourly rate in these cases?
$250 an hour.
Okay. And how does that change for purposes of deposition or trial testimony?
It goes to a flat rate.
Why?
Because it's taking up an entire day, plus travel.
Okay. What was...
When doing them by Zoom, it went to an hourly.
Okay.
But I live in the hinterlands of the Upper Peninsula, which means I'm 90 minutes from everywhere.
Okay, fair enough. And I think this was noticed by Zoom, and then it was noticed in person, so we agreed to pay the daily rate instead of the hourly rate. Is that fair?
Yes.
Or you requested us pay the daily rate instead of the hourly rate?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you've been compensated for the daily rate?
I have.
Okay. So I don't plan on taking all day, but I've got your time till 5 o'clock. Is that fair?
That is absolutely fair.
Okay. And we'll take his breaks as you need them. And like I said, I don't plan on being here that long. Okay. Can you tell us how much time you've spent reviewing, evaluating, and doing analysis in this case?
Well, I know the billable hours, but it goes considerably further than that.
Okay.
Prior to deposition.
Please explain.
I bill for the time for report preparation. The time for preparation for a deposition is what I have to do. So on top of it, I'd say at least another 20 hours of what I billed for.
Okay.
And that's me preparing.
Itemization of your time that's spent?
Only in the billable hours. I don't keep it for preparation for deposition or trial. Because I'm not billing anybody for it.
Okay. Are those itemizations included on the thumb drive?
Yes.
Okay.
And you actually No, I guess you wouldn't have that yet. Yes, you have it.
Okay. What time have you spent on this case so far?
Well, at least on the billable hours, it was 42 hours, and then I'd go at least another 20 on top of that for me just being prepared.
And what are your total, receivables and outstanding receivables?
I have no outstanding receivables. What I've received is $2,000 from your firm and $10,500 from the retaining firm.
Do you have any bills that haven't gone out yet?
No, there won't be any.
Okay. Do you have any intentions to supplement your report?
Not at this time. If more material comes available, I'm always interested in adding to it.
Have you reviewed anything that's not listed in your report?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Where have it? I received a few things after the report was written. So it was another, and some things were duplicates. But I remember, I'm sorry, I'm afraid to go on the record and guess. I know there was an extra video that I viewed. But the documents, I'd be very hesitant to try to rattle that off. On the jump drive, they're timestamped. They've got dates on them.
Okay. Have you provided everything that you got additionally on the thumb drive?
100%.
Fair enough. And as a part of that, did you review the supplemental deposition of Officer Harvey?
Yes.
Okay. By paper, video, both?
Electronic.
Okay. Paper?
Paper.
Yeah.
Paper without it being paper.
Okay. In other words, the transcript. I guess I could have used better words, right? You reviewed the transcript?
Yes.
Okay. Before submitting your final report to counsel, did you provide a draft of your report as you were working through it?
No.
You've testified that you've done that before, correct?
I have, but I did not do that in this case.
Okay. In this case, I know there's some discussion in prior depositions that you kind of you don't save separate drafts of your report. You just kind of keep adding to one document. Do you know what I'm talking about there?
Yes, overwriting. Yes.
Okay. What is overwriting as it relates to your process?
What I'll do is I will start with a document, like a framework, and then fill it in. And then as time goes, things I get added to it or removed from it. Okay. So I'm very leery about creating drafts.
Why?
Because I'm afraid the wrong draft will get submitted.
Okay. Did you do overwriting in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Do you do overwriting? I think there was some discussion in prior deposition regarding the amount of time you work on a case as it relates to overwriting. Is that a fair summary of a discussion that's been in part of your prior testimony?
I don't know if you're talking about time.
Okay. Yeah, you don't overwrite. Do you overwrite your time? In other words, do you enter how many hours and then change how many hours?
Yes.
Okay. But I guess what I'm trying to understand is, what am I going to receive in your file related to your hours in this case? What does it look like? What does it have on it?
It's a breakdown by date and how many hours per day, and a rough idea of what I was doing at that point.
Okay. So I'm not just going to get a document that has
4, 8, 12, 16, 32 without some description?
No,
Okay.
and it'll have the date of whatever I was doing.
Okay, very good. What is your understanding of what you were retained for in this case?
Yeah, well, I was looking at the appropriateness of the force, how the dog was trained, and the policies of the agency.
Okay. How were you retained in this case?
$1,000 retainer. Is that the answer you're looking for?
That's okay. Do you know how the firm discovered you or otherwise came to select you as an expert?
No.
Okay. It seems like you worked on a case in which they co-worked on. Is that a fair summary?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if it's because of your opinions in that case is the why they hired you? Have you ever had that discussion?
No.
Okay. Have you ever been asked to evaluate the policies of Columbia County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever been asked to evaluate the policies of Columbia County Sheriff's Office and offer criticism of them?
Well, no, it was my evaluation of the policy as it related to this case.
Okay.
So it's not a true policy analysis where I would write a critique at the end of it, but it is an accredited policy, so it's fairly robust.
Okay, very good. Have you ever been retained by a police department to assist with or help them devise methods to ensure effective communication with people who are in fear?
No.
Do you know anything about the training of the officers involved in this case other than what you've reviewed in their personnel and training files?
No, I don't. I'm not sure what else I would review either way, though. I think that's pretty much, even if I was looking at how people were trained in an agency, the only other thing you might do is interview people, but that's relatively time consuming and doesn't really generate much.
Who have you had a discussion with in this case?
Just counsel.
Okay. Did you interview? Did you interview any witnesses?
No.
Why not?
Again, marginal value, and I'm not sure what I would be gaining by it.
Okay. Have you ever had any involvement in training of personnel at Columbia County Sheriff's Office?
No.
Have you ever had any involvement in authoring the policies or revising the policies at Columbia County Sheriff's Office?
No.
Have you ever participated in the field training at Columbia County Sheriff's Office?
No.
Have you ever participated in the Alachua County Sheriff's Office canine training?
Yeah, about 35 years ago, maybe 40 years ago.
Okay.
As an intern, when I was in college.
Yeah, just tell me briefly about that, please.
Oh, I just went to canine training. It was part of internship when I was an undergraduate student at the University of Florida.
At Alachua County?
19 years old.
Okay, but it was offered by Alachua County Sheriff's Office?
Yeah, it was just their standard training. So you got to go out, and professionally I probably shouldn't have done that because that kind of set the hook for me. I kind of then always wanted to go into canine after I saw the dogs work.
Okay.
But,
have you spoken to anyone at Columbia County Sheriff's Office about any unwritten policies?
No, but if it was an unwritten policy, I'd have to know about it to even ask about it.
Okay. Do sheriff's offices have unwritten policies?
I'm sure some do. Probably most are relatively benign.
Okay.
An unwritten policy might be you shouldn't consume alcohol in your days off within our jurisdiction. That's an unwritten policy. And many agencies have that. Hard in a county. For a city, it's a little easier.
Okay. Did you review any documents from State of Florida versus Martinez Bowman, the criminal trial?
Depositions.
Okay. Did you review a trial transcript?
Not sure.
Are you aware what the jury verdict was in Martinez Bowman's criminal trial?
Only what I've been told.
What were you told?
I was told that the jury found against the officer, or found in favor of Bowman.
Okay. Not guilty?
Yes.
Okay. Have you reviewed cases in which there were false or erroneous police reports?
Yes.
Did you research this case to determine if there was a false or erroneous police report?
I reviewed the video and looked at what was written afterwards and compared them for accuracy.
Okay.
So, is that a yes? I think that's a yes.
Did you find any inaccuracy?
I'm not sure it's inaccurate or not. Was everything that was said or heard recorded? No, but they rarely are.
Okay.
I mean, that's kind of why we have the audio-video record to fall back on. The officer wrote his report based on his recollection at the time of the event. So is there going to be discrepancies? Sure.
Okay. How many television interviews have you done about police canine incidents?
Quite a few.
Do you recall going on a show called Reveal? I think it may have been part of a Atlanta local television station.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I was on vacation in Florida when he called me. And he asked me if I'd do a show. And I don't really get to have vacations very often. And I was kind of hesitant. But I looked him up, and he seemed like a very professional reporter. And so we met at a library's telecommunication, and we did the interview there.
Was that the Roswell, Georgia involved incident?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Roswell.
And where did you interview, in Florida or Georgia?
No, we did it in Florida. We did it literally. I had to leave my parents' house and go drive 25 minutes to a library to do the interview. Terrifying technology that guy uses.
What do you mean?
If you have noticed it on the video, that he can manipulate every single item from the screen. He teaches that at a university. He teaches ethics. That's also what sold me on this, is when I looked up his background. Normally I wouldn't go to that much effort to do that, but he seemed like he was very professional. Do
you charge to offer opinions to television stations?
No.
Why not?
And it's part of, in a way, I get paid for it through the university. It counts as activity, public service.
Okay.
I have to generate a certain amount of activity as even a tenured full professor. You can't just live under a rock. Okay. So those count towards that kind of activity.
Are your opinions consistent regardless of who you offer them to?
I would hope so.
Meaning if you're doing a television interview, you don't say one thing and then another in a deposition or report. Is that fair?
I would hope not.
Okay. Let's run through some of that interview. We'll attach each excerpt consecutively. I'm going to attach 4 and 5, which will play now. I'll say this as a predicate. I don't, certainly the video is meaningful. I guess it's of some value, but the main thing that I'm going to ask you about is the audio.
Okay.
In other words, I don't think I'm going to ask you any questions about what's depicted.
Okay.
Professor Charles Mesloh got his PhD studying police dog training.
Is that you depicted in what will mark as plaintiff's exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess they threw up the incident or put the incident on a big screen and had you review it?
Yes.
Professor Charles Mesloh got his PhD studying police dog training.
I just heard that. Is this going to be the same thing again?
And Dr. Mesloh spent a decade working Canine as a police officer.
Okay. Did that adequately summarize a piece of your background?
Some of it, sure.
Okay. I believe it said that you got your PhD studying police dog training. Tell me about that.
That's my dissertation.
Okay.
Was on police dogs, use of force, training. The dissertation is known in the canine industry as the Florida Report. I didn't name it, but somebody did. And so the national associations were given a copy of the dissertation. At the time, there was a push towards a training model called Bark and Hold. And the data, they were going to tie federal funding to it if agencies didn't flip to this. And I had trained in Bark and Hold and in Bite and Hold. And I was fairly convinced that Bark and Hold Act was going to turn into a disaster. So I did spend a year or so doing nothing but collect data from canine handlers across the state of Florida and then analyze the data. It was Bark and Hold and Bite and Hold was part of it, but we looked at a whole bunch of different things like the breed of the dog and the use of leashes and use of muzzles and use of aggression to train the dog to do tracking. We were trying to find I think I was looking for the magic bullet.
I'm going to ask you both. What's Bark and Hold?
Bark and Hold is an Eastern European model that was designed for border dogs that were working with their version of the Border Patrol. So if you're escaping from East Germany, you're going to run into a handler and his dog in some places. The dog worked off leash, which gave the handler a little bit of a cushion of time. The idea was the dog would circle the person and bark at them, and as long as they stopped and didn't move or do anything else, the dog wouldn't bite them. It sounds great on paper, and the Department of Justice thought so too, because they wanted to push for this. My dissertation kind of threw a monkey wrench in that, because most of the police canine associations produced this data, and for whatever reason, it went away after that. Bite and Hold is what most dogs are trained in. This is the handler makes the choice to release the dog and has the dog under control. Voice control or on a leash control. Bark and Hold put too many of the decisions in the dog's lap. It's a dog. They're smart. They're really smart. But they don't have the analytical skill that a human being does. And you have civil rights cases that are so close that even juries and even appellate courts or even the Supreme Court can't get unanimous decisions on it. You're expecting the dog to make a decision on this flash, on the short term? Bark and Hold was a bad idea. And what we found was the agencies that were using it had twice the number of bites as the other agencies did. I knew it would be bad. I didn't know it would be that bad.
What was Columbia County Sheriff's Office's policy?
Back then, I have no idea.
Okay.
And I had to remove the identifiers to comply with the Institutional Review Board. So once the data came back, it got stripped of their identifiers. So there's no way I could go back to an individual agency. I didn't think that up. Hindsight, I probably should have, because I should have known someday somebody would ask me data questions like that. The Institutional Review Board is very good at this, and they make sure you don't have personal data on anybody that will come back and hurt them because they chose to participate in the study.
Doesn't that create bias?
I don't see how. Okay. I mean, I don't have their identifiers. That's all I've been removing. The only bias it could be is those that participate versus those that don't participate.
Okay. And we'll get into your dissertation in a little bit, I think. Let me see if I played this one. This is clip 3, which we'll attach.
We showed him this dash cam video of a Roswell police dog biting a passenger who had bailed out of a stolen car and then gave up.
Handler literally should have hooked that dog up right there. Right there is where he made his mistake. And everything went downhill from this point forward.
What were you asked to do in this interaction or this, for this TV show?
Well, part of it was they showed it to me cold. So I didn't get to view it first because they wanted me to respond. I'm a little more animated, maybe a little more aggressive than I normally am because I'm like, oh, my God, this is a horror show. And had I had some time to reflect upon it, maybe I wouldn't have been as flamboyant with my words. However, I stand by them. Most of the things that happened in this probably could have been prevented. What
do you mean horror show?
Well, you had a dog that was totally out of control that not only kept biting the handler, or biting the suspect, he bit the handler and then went back and bit the suspect again. That's a horror show. This is the kind of video that shuts down Canine permanent, that says, you know what, the risks of these dogs are too high. It sends a public message that they're uncontrollable.
That dog also failed to follow commands, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How was that dog released? What led to that dog, releasing the bite?
He pulled the dog off.
Okay. What's that called?
That's actually okay. The pulling the dog, I would have been afraid to, because this dog is re-biting over and over again. They just got lucky he didn't get bit in the face.
Okay. Kind of maybe silly question. Let me play it again real quick.
We showed him this dash cam video of a Roswell police dog biting a passenger who had bailed out of a stolen car and then gave up.
Handler literally should have hooked that dog up right there. Right there is where he made his mistake. And everything went downhill from this point forward.
Do you know when the officer determined that was a stolen car?
No.
Was there any indication in our case, the Bowman case, that the car was stolen?
No.
Okay. So, off that excerpt, what went wrong?
He had the dog out of the...
Excuse me, let me object. What went wrong where? Are we talking about the Bowman case, or now are we talking about this video?
Fair. In this Roswell, Georgia video, what went wrong?
All right, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Could you repeat it again? I'm sorry. I got lost.
In the Roswell, Georgia video that we've seen an excerpt of, whether from the video or your independent recollection, what went wrong as far as proper use of the canine in police work?
Okay. The first part of this is I'm not sure I would have had the dog off leash with multiple suspects running. One being a driver who's probably the most responsible criminally of the group. And then you have a passenger, which is kind of an unknown. But as a passenger, I would say is less likely to be criminally charged unless they've got a gun or drugs or something like that. They come back. The handler should have had control of the dog, physical control over the dog. There's way too much activity here. For a dog to be, told to, okay, just go sit here, and then hopefully the dog doesn't, bite somebody. This was an invitation to a dog bite, an accidental dog bite.
What caused it? Like what's the breakdown, I guess, related to the canine in this Roswell, Georgia incident, in your professional opinion?
Object to the form.
You can answer if you understand.
Yeah. The problem I'm having is you're showing me in snippets, and I really don't remember this case enough. I do remember when it goes really bad, but in each of these individual clips, if you want to show me the whole thing, I'd be happy to dissect it for you.
Okay.
But doing it in these 5-second, 3-second clips, I'm really having a hard time even knowing the temporal order of, is this clip before this clip?
Fair. Totally fair. Let me run through the rest of the clips and then determine whether I need to just play the whole thing. What's the phrase tactical situation mean?
In what context?
Okay, fair enough. I'll come back to it when we play it. Do you recognize the shirt you're wearing in this clip?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a Northern Michigan University shirt.
Okay. Did you do this interview in your capacity as an employee or professor with Northern Michigan University?
It goes into my 5-year evaluation. I just did one recently. So this would have happened in a time period before that, probably. I didn't report them all, but actually I probably did report this one because it's in a very good one. The quality was very good.
Okay. Yeah.
So I don't get paid by the university, but we are expected to present ourselves in the community in a manner that, the media needs help. If it's within our ability and it's something that's not totally distasteful, then, we're kind of expected to step up a little bit and to do it.
Do you agree with me that your shirt at the bottom says criminal justice and loss prevention?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That's the name of the department. We teach criminal justice, which is law enforcement, corrections, probation, parole, juvenile justice. And then we have a secondary program called loss prevention, which is designed for people that are going into the sales world and go to work for Target, Sears. Gander Mountain was a big one that recruited from us, and they pay a remarkable amount of money for trained loss prevention. They don't chase shoplifters. They design security plans for stores, the angles that the cameras are at. I don't teach in loss prevention, but I know enough about it.
Okay.
Anyway, our kids walk out of college and they're making $65,000. The kids that go into loss prevention, the kids that go into law enforcement make $30,000. So you get two different kind of groups of kids that go two different ways. What
is the correlation? I guess loss prevention, does that mean money?
Well, it can be money, but it's often merchandise.
Okay.
Most of, when Target says we lost $10 billion in lost material, okay, $10 billion didn't go out the front door at Target. About $9.9 billion went out the back door or from the loading dock. It's your own people stealing from you. It's building a system of inventory control and security, in some ways safety as well, depending on how dangerous the store is.
Okay. important is video in incidents like this in Roswell, Georgia?
Oh, it's very important.
Why?
It allows you to see truly what happened, although the frame is, you don't get depth. It's hard to tell distance on a video, but you've got something. You've got audio, hopefully that component's working, and you've got some kind of a visual record.
Is it fair to say in the Bowman case that we don't have video of any part of the dog's release, apprehension, or bite?
That's correct.
Okay, why?
The angle of the camera is focused on the front of the car, and the vehicle would have had to have actually turned more to the left a certain number of degrees to actually frame that. But tactically, that might not have been a great idea. I'm not exactly sure what was to the left side of the police car.
Okay, what do you mean tactically that might not be a great idea?
Well, that means for you to make that corner, that means you probably have to pull up closer. Okay. And that's where tactically it might not be a great idea. You want at least some distance. I know bullets go a long way, but the further away you are from them, the less likely you are to be hit by them.
Okay.
And if the person gets out with a fire axe and charges at you, you've got some time, which gives you, some distance, which is going to give you time.
Okay. Let me do this. I think it's only about a 5-minute clip. If I even have the whole thing available. Nope, that's 21 seconds. That interview is longer than 21 seconds.
Actually, it was a lot longer.
It was.
What you saw was a really short thing.
It
was about 4.5 hours we spent there. So
very good.
I wasn't absolutely thrilled by the time we got done because it burned. I was only down there for like 8 days, and I burned over half a day there doing this interview.
A Roswell Canine handler yells off 18 times. So why did his police dog refuse to release a teen suspect from his jaws?
The dog should have come off. Now he tries to bite the handler a second time, a third time. At that point, the dog had made a decision.
And clip 5.
You don't normally see the dog come off of a bite of a suspect and then go after the handler.
Why not? So you said there you don't normally see the dog come off the bite of a suspect and then go after the handler. Why not?
Well, that's not how the relationship is between a trained dog and the handler himself.
What is a trained dog supposed to do?
Do what the handler is telling them to do. But even without that, even if they're acting not obeying, they very rarely turn on the handler. Very, very rarely.
Why?
There's a relationship. There's a strong relationship. And there might be something wrong with that dog in that video. That dog seemed erratic. Again, I'm watching a videotape. So, if I had ever met the dog, I probably would have got maybe a better idea. But, I'm not an animal behaviorist. It just looked wrong to me. Everything that dog was doing, he looked wild. I mean, almost the extent that I thought, with somebody giving him amphetamines, he was that wound up tight.
When a dog misbehaves or doesn't behave according to training, what fault is there on the person that trained it?
Well, it immediately goes to the handler. It's always the handler's fault.
Why?
It's not the dog's fault because it's a dog. We're not assigning any more to my car. Well, I guess if Ford made a bad axle and the tires fell off, I guess I could blame Ford. But normally, if I have an accident it's not Ford's fault. It's my fault. I'm the one driving. Well, the handler is the one driving the dog. Provided you don't put the dog into a situation that they're forced to make judgments. They're not that smart. They look at patterns and they look at shortcuts. They figure out things like, oh, this happens, so then this will happen. And that's where a pattern is developed.
And why are commands important with those patterns?
Object to the form.
Let me re-ask that. What role do commands have related to the patterns you're discussing?
Well, when the dog's brand new, they're very important. But as time goes on, you actually start using a lot fewer commands. The dog just looks at you and you can nod or move your hand slightly or just touch their collar and they'll do whatever it is they're trained to do. So if you've gotten used to the dog is running around you and you reach down and you touch them, then they repeatedly know, oh, I need to go sit or I need to heel. Again, you can train the dog to do anything you want. It doesn't have to be verbal. Many times it's not verbal.
Now let's specifically talk about apprehension and bite work, right?
Okay.
Why would nonverbal communication be inappropriate there?
Object to the form.
Would nonverbal communication be inappropriate related to bite apprehension?
Not necessarily. Like I say, if you were going to do a liftoff and the dog knew that's what was happening, then the dog would release without a word.
Okay. What about sending a dog? Should a nod send a dog to apprehend?
No, but a push. You know, you're hanging on to the dog's collar, and then suddenly you let go and you give the dog a push. They know what's coming.
And if you're doing that, let's just say the dog's trained to go apprehend on a word, shouldn't that word be uttered at the same time that the push is being given?
Object to the form.
No, not necessarily. I never used pocken. For one, I was always concerned that under stress, I might forget the word. But get 'em kind of sounded like it. And the dog is trained, if it sees a threat, to handle the threat on its own. Now, as long as you're restraining the dog, then there's no problem. You can let go, and the dog is going to imply that it's going to read that as, I have been given a green light to engage this target.
Why did you feel that pocken wouldn't be an order that you wanted to train on and give?
Well, it was a word I just wasn't that familiar with, and I changed it to get 'em. It sounded similar, and so I'd say, pocken, get 'em. And over time, I'd do, get 'em, pocken. And after a while, pocken went away. But I could have changed it to the word chair, and the dog wouldn't have cared.
Right.
It's simply a word that triggers a response.
Is it because under stress you knew you'd remember and utter the English version but not necessarily a German version?
Object to the form.
It was a concern. It was, there were some of the commands I used because they were what I did for demonstrations for nursing homes and schools, and they kind of got a kick out of hearing some German, and that was fun. And so sits, plots, whoosh, to make the dog do different things, and they ate that up. But when it got time to do something that was serious, I didn't want to play around with something that I might not say or the dog might not understand. Get 'em was something I could really keep my head around.
What let's speak to Florida standards for this next set of questions. What does Florida require related to selection of a police canine?
The dog itself?
Right. The selection of the dog, are there any standards in Florida that govern or guide the proper selection of a police service dog?
I'm not sure for Florida. I know that the associations have standards, but even those are kind of murky. Police Executive Research Forum wrote one on standards, and that for the handler as well. Those are kind of murky. There's not a huge amount of guidance on the dogs.
Okay. What about Columbia?
Areas it's kind of conflicting.
Does Columbia County Sheriff's Office have any written protocols regarding canine service dog selection?
I believe so, yes.
What does that say?
I can't remember.
Okay. Training. So before a dog becomes a police dog, what does Florida require?
480 hours of training per the Criminal Justice Standards and Training Commission standard.
Okay. What did it require at the time of this incident?
480.
Very good. I didn't ask that, so I clarified. What is the protocol in Florida when a dog nips or bites someone?
Object to the form.
It depends the circumstances. If it's a civilian, it's got to be reported. If it is an officer, the circumstances will dictate whether it is reported, but it probably should at least be run past a supervisor to make the determination. A training accident is probably pretty lightweight. If it's an accidental bite of an officer, on a case, and depending on the injury, that may or may not be reported.
Wouldn't all of the data, no matter who the dog nips or bites, be important to determine a dog's fitness for service?
Only if there was a pattern emerging. If there were a lot of bites or nips or whatever they were, you might want to have stuff like that. But once is not an incident. Twice is not an incident. Those are accidents. Like I said, I've got plenty of scars from canine training, so none of those got reported. But there was also another reason. At the time, and you probably aren't aware of this, back in the 90s, any dog that bit somebody, there was a short period of time that you had to bring the dog in for quarantine. And the agencies were like, well, and if it was a civilian, there was no problem at all with that. They eventually allowed the handler to quarantine the dog. But even on police dog bites, we had to quarantine the dog for a period of time to confirm, okay, does our dog have rabies?
Right.
Now, do we have to notify anybody? It was kind of easy. So again, we use super glue a lot.
To close wounds.
Yeah. I teach my students that at the university. I actually cut myself on a kitchen appliance and cut the end of my thumb off and debated whether I should go to the hospital. So I documented it so my students go, I'm like, oh, super glue is your friend. It works good on puncture as well.
If a canine is, I guess, nipping or biting enough to be a running joke around a department, shouldn't that be documented?
Object to the form.
I'm aware of the Facebook joke that was going on. Cops are going to give each other, they're going to razz each other over anything. I'm not exactly sure that that's showing a pattern. Well, the pattern seems to be the person getting nipped. It's the same person. I think something remedial needs to happen. Now, maybe the handler needs to pay more attention, but maybe the backup officer should be paying a little bit more attention too. That we trained our backup officers, that they knew what to do, because bites are very possible. You don't want the dog to engage one of your own officers. And, for whatever reason, this officer seems to keep getting nipped.
If a canine is strike that. We'll come back to that. Do you know, as a matter of fact, how many nips or bites Canine Officer Drago had before the Bowman incident?
I don't know how many of the nips. The patrol bites, I believe he only had one prior to this, and I think he had one after this.
Okay.
According to the record. According to that summary, it's not a deployment log. There's the word.
What is a deployment log?
It's where the records of what your dog has been deployed in. So case number, a date, what it was.
What's the purpose of a deployment log?
It's just a record. It's a superficial record that allows you to skim down it quickly and see what's going on.
Isn't a deployment log important for cases exactly like this, to know the history of a canine, so we can judge whether it was fit for service?
Sure.
Okay.
I thought everybody had a copy of the deployment log.
No, we do. My next question is, therefore, wouldn't it be important that deployment log was accurate?
It's not accurate?
I'm asking how important accuracy is in a deployment log.
Oh, well, it's pretty important.
Wouldn't you say all police records should be accurate?
All police records should be accurate.
Okay. What I'm trying to understand now is where accuracy meets discretion. Would failure to put nips and bites by a police service canine in a report therefore make it inaccurate?
Object to the form.
Well, it wouldn't be going in the deployment log either way. It's not a deployment. It's an accident. Now, maybe that's a risk management form. I'm not familiar with risk management, practices. This county, maybe there is a form for that too. I don't know.
Okay.
If there is, I haven't been given one.
Okay.
But that's where it would go.
Have you seen any document that you've been provided? We'll strike that. Have you seen any document in this case that reflects Drago involved nips and bites to law enforcement officers?
No.
What about to veterinarians?
I'm aware that there was a statement on a medical form that said the dog was being, in their words, aggressive.
Okay. I'm going to go back to oh, look at that. Now I can go straight to PowerPoint. All right. Play that clip. We'll proceed to the next clip and the next exhibit. Mate, 6 or 7?
I'm sorry?
I was asking the court reporter if I was at 6 or 7.
6.
Plaintiff's exhibit 6.
Is there something you would have done differently to get the dog to stop?
I would have told him to stop. If he was properly trained, he'd come off the bite.
What do you mean by that? I'd have told him to stop. If he was properly trained, he'd have come off the bite.
That dog wasn't coming off the bite. You could hear the handler give repeated commands, and while he was trying to do a liftoff at the same time.
We agree with the statement that properly trained dogs adhere to the commands of properly trained officers.
Object to the form.
Well, again, verbal is one way, but a liftoff is another way.
Okay.
They're two different things, but one doesn't reflect a lack of training or intent. Whereas, liftoffs, there's nothing wrong with a liftoff.
Okay.
I mean, you can always say the words too, but
If it's working, it's working.
Exactly. But if the command to release the bite isn't adhered to such that you have to do a liftoff, is that a sign of proper or improper training?
Object to the form.
Sorry. No. And the reason why is, and I don't know, maybe nobody ever told you this, we often do a liftoff. For the primary reason is there is always the danger of a rebite. And what might have been a very, very good application of force, if the dog rebites, is now civil liability. You got the person under control, and you say, come here, doggy, and they come over, and then they change their mind and go back and bite the person. Okay, now you've got liability. It's safer to do the liftoff.
Well,
in training, we do liftoff to protect the people, the agitators that we bring out there. Why wouldn't we, if we're going to care for our agitators, the people wearing the protective gear, why wouldn't we extend the same courtesy to the people on the street?
I guess to take that to the next step, let me see if I can find it here. What is in my head I call them bite bars. What's the device used to pull a dog off?
Breaker bars.
Breaker bar.
I'm not a fan of breaker bars.
Okay, that was my question. What's your opinion of breaker bars?
Well, the dog, if you can't lift your dog off, there's something wrong. If the dog won't release when you lift them off, and you're having to crank a metal stick through their teeth and use it like a crowbar, yeah, I have a problem with that. Now, I'm not very popular in the canine community because I say that. And I've said it publicly many times. And I get hate mail from time to time from somebody basically say, you should be minding your own business. We like breaker bars. Okay, your opinion. The dog can be trained well enough to come off either by word, lift off, or a combination of the two. Jamming a stick in their mouth. I mean, why not take a baton and stick it somewhere else in the dog? In through another opening. I mean, it's just as bad.
Do you know whether a breaker bar was used to separate Drago and Mr. Bowman?
No.
And
I see no record of it.
Okay. Should there be a record of it?
I don't know. If it's common practice, maybe not. So I don't know. I don't know if it's common practice or not.
We deposed Sergeant, I believe. Let's see if I can see it. Sergeant Michael Hurlocker, Hurlocker, last week, and I believe his testimony was Alachua County Sheriff's Office now trains exclusively to use the breaker bar and train, I believe, in 2018, since 2018, to exclusively use the breaker bar. Were you aware of that?
Objection.
No, there's a number of agencies use them. Like I said, I'm not a fan.
Okay.
I don't see any indication that this officer used that tool, but maybe he did.
Okay. Can you say definitively either way?
Well, I have no way of knowing.
Okay.
There's nothing in any of the documents I've reviewed that mentioned a breaker bar.
Okay. You'd agree with me that a properly trained police dog follows the words of its master?
Yes.
That's very important.
Yes.
Okay. And you'll agree with me that a properly trained master knows that and keeps command of his canine?
Yes.
Okay.
Verbally and physically, yes.
Next clip.
At that point, the dog had made a decision. That's the problem when you let animals make decisions in tactical situations.
This little bit I want to talk about animals making decisions in tactical situations. What did you mean by that?
You had multiple suspects at large, plus several contained inside a vehicle. The dog's attention is being split between fleeing people, returning people, and people that are inside a car, all at once. The dog's making a lot of judgment calls there. I wouldn't want to put personally, if I was that handler, I would not want to be in that position. I'd put the dog back on a leash. There's too many things to go wrong. There's also the possibility that jogger runs through the middle of this, which inevitably will happen. A bicyclist, somebody's dog, gets loose, a pet. And now we've got a real problem. Too many things, and you're putting it all on the dog.
Where did the Bowman incident take place?
In a trailer park.
Okay. And were there other people in his car?
Yes.
Okay. Next clip, next exhibit.
Police Chief Rusty Grant's command staff cleared the officer and the dog, writing in their use of force review, no training issues observed. The canine responded as he should, and Canine Robbie did just as he had been trained by knowing when to apprehend a subject for unacceptable behavior.
This should have been picked up in the supervisor's review. For them to sign off on it and say the dog was performing as trained either indicates the supervisor does not know how a police dog is supposed to be trained or that they simply didn't care.
This dog was not taken out of service after this incident. This dog wasn't retrained because of this incident. Do you agree with that?
No. The dog should have been pulled from the street. The handler probably should have been pulled, and they should have gone through remedial training. The dog was not responding to commands.
Do you know if Drago or Harvey got remedial training?
No. I'm not aware of it.
Okay. What is a supervisor's review?
Well, when a report's written, it goes through a chain, a signature chain. Depending on the severity, if it has a different chain. But it goes from, the officer will write something, the immediate supervisor will deal with, sign it. It will then go to a shift commander if there is one, and then it moves through the agency, ultimately leading either to the chief executive's office or their designee, which could, in a big agency, probably be internal affairs.
Was there a supervisor's review documented in this incident?
Yes.
Okay. Next clip, next exhibit. And I think there's two more.
Now, right there, that dog has decided. What triggered the dog was literally the suspect. He raised his hands up again. It wasn't that he was starting to resist. He literally just moved his hands. The dog took it as a threat.
You've reviewed more of these than probably most people in the world. What I want to understand is, in this video, you're critical of the police training and talk about that the dog may have been responding to the suspect putting his hands in the air. How common is that?
Object to the form.
If you let your dog off leash and let the dog make its own decisions, this happens quite a bit. That's why bark and hold was a remarkably bad idea.
Okay.
He's using his dog in a bark and hold manner. This isn't a bark and hold dog. It's a bite and hold dog that he's given latitude to pretty much decide whatever it wants to do.
Why shouldn't
it want to stop doing it?
Why shouldn't the dog be making the decision?
Because the handler is ultimately responsible for everything that happens. If the dog bites somebody, We're not going to take the dog out behind the shed like Old Yeller. We're going to go after the handler. The handler is the one that's ultimately responsible.
Last video, last exhibit for purposes of this news video.
Dr. Mesloh says the dog made all the decisions and ignored all commands. But the canine expert is more troubled that Roswell Police Department commanders saw no issues with the attack.
If a car malfunctioned or a gun malfunctioned, we would have fixed that right away. For whatever reason, they didn't seem to think that this was a problem. And I can't imagine any handler that works in this field that would think otherwise. If you can't control your dog, you're a liability. You're no longer an asset to your agency. You are a liability magnet. You're going to get sued, you're going to hurt people, and your agency is going to write checks.
Did you find any issues in the supervisor's review that any supervisor found with the Bowman incident?
No, nothing I observed.
Okay. Did you?
Objection form, did he what?
Did you find any issues in the Bowman incident?
Not that were documented by supervisors.
Okay. Did you, upon your independent review, in this case, you talk about the dog making all the decisions and the discretion being placed upon the dog. Did you also find that in the Bowman case?
No.
You'll agree with me that no command triggered Drago to apprehend and bite Bowman?
Object to the form.
Not a verbal command.
Okay. What command initiated that?
Releasing the dog, and I don't know if he gave him a shove or not, but we know he released him, and under the circumstances, the dog took that as a command and to the dig.
You'll agree that the moment he released him, he repeatedly uttered the word no, though, correct? 9.
Object to the form.
Well, he explained that in his deposition in the forum that, like taser, you yell taser, taser, taser. I'm not sure if that was it or not. I actually think he got caught in a loop. Mentally, he said Canine, and then as he released, there was a great deal of pressure, and he just kept repeating it. And there's plenty of documentation that shows that happens. Officers shoot somebody, they're telling him to get on the ground before they shoot him. The person's laying on the ground now, and they're yelling, get on the ground still. And they say it for 5, 6 more times before they can figure out how to stop talking and change to a different command.
Is it left up to the dog to figure out what its master meant?
Object to the point.
Under these circumstances, he is restraining the dog, who is viewing Bowman as a threat, and then he releases the dog, and that is the command.
Even though the dog is told no, no, no by its understanding the entire time.
Object to the form.
That's, in my opinion, that was not a command. That was him either going K99999 or I don't think he was saying no, 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 no.
But what is the dog to understand the word 9 to mean?
Object to the form.
Let me react. What did 9 mean to Drago?
Object to the form.
I don't know. You don't know. We don't know. Nobody knows exactly how the dog interpreted it. However, he was given a command. If he was going to recall the dog, he was way too close to do that.
Harvey has testified in this case that Drago was trained such that 9 meant no or stop, correct?
Object to the form.
He was, but it's not a recall command. It's not a recall command. He'd have given him a foos or a plus.
Right, but
So no wouldn't mean anything. You might as well yell chair.
Do you know which came first, him letting go of whatever he's holding the dog or him saying 9?
Well, we can only assume that him saying the K999 as he's releasing the dog.
Okay.
But without the video, we don't know.
Let me see here. Stop this for a second. Have you made any suggestions to Columbia County Sheriff's Office regarding policy improvements in this case?
No, but they're accredited. It's tough to make policy recommendations when they're accredited already. If they weren't accredited, that'd be the first thing I'd do is tell them to get accredited.
I didn't flip the page and see how quickly I was going to the next exhibit. Let me do that. We will attach this vet record as plaintiff's next exhibit. It appears to be dated September 25, 16 or 8, 26, 20. Goodness.
Can't read it either.
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. But down here it looks like 2018 for subjective section. But regardless of the date, the record states exam not done as patient can't be restrained and is aggressive. Muzzle attempted and patient biting at the handler. It and the handler. Muzzle attempted and patient biting it and the handler, unable to be restrained, and patient lunges and tries to bite. Should an incident like this be documented in Clay County Sheriff's Office records?
I don't know. What I would note is this is a sick dog. It doesn't feel good, and they're trying to shove a plastic stick up its rear end. Or a thing called a fecal flotation.
Do you know what Drago's health was on the day of the incident?
No.
Okay.
But we do know he was relatively ill at this point. So, again, this is a snapshot in time, and it does say the dog was aggressive. Now, was this the vet that wrote this? A vet tech? The secretary? Because it's got the secretary's name on this.
Right. Would you agree with me? Are you indicating that the dog was lunging and biting the muzzle and the handler because it was under stress, because it was at the vet?
It was sick at the vet, and it knew what was coming. My dog would watch the container they hold the stick for the fecal flotation.
Wouldn't that be a sign that the animal doesn't perform well under stress?
No.
Object to the form.
It's a sick dog not wanting a plastic stick, exerted into its rectum.
Wouldn't a situation where its master was screaming at somebody be more stressful than a vet visit?
I'm not so sure. You can take a dog to the vet, police dogs, and you can inject them, you can manipulate them even when they're hurt. The only time they ever yipe is when they get a fecal flotation. These are hard dogs. It's got to hurt. It's got a dog. I can't imagine them making a whimper for anything other than a fecal flotation. And this dog doesn't like it.
Drago whimpered the whole way to the. You could hear Drago audibly. Strike that. You could hear Drago audibly whimpering and excited before the car stopped. Correct?
Object to the form.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me, I'm going to have to change media soon, so if we could go off the record shortly.
Yeah. Anybody need a break?
Yes.
Okay, let's take a break and then we'll pick back up in
How long?
Whatever you need, 10 minutes?
10.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going off the record at the end of media 1, and the time is 11:58 a.m.
Can you see the vet record? Are we back on the proper share?
Yes, I can see it.
What social media post did you review related to this case?
I don't know if I actually saw the posts or the comments that came up in deposition.
Okay. Plaintiff's next exhibit will attach a series of social media posts as a cumulative exhibit. I probably need to shrink this. It's my understanding the initial posts that I'm going to discuss are from a fellow officer, Chris David. Are you aware of who Chris David is?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Yes.
Okay. What about Blaine Cruz?
Cruz. I don't recall Cruz.
Okay. BLAINECREWS for the record. It appears these are social media posts after Canine Drago passed away on or about June 15, 2022. It looks like Chris David posted a end of work commemorative photo on his Facebook, and some comments resulted thereafter. And I want to direct you to some of those comments. Blaine Cruz posts, "We'll never forget when he got you." Chris David responds, "I sure won't. LOL. I got scars." David Harvey replies, "Drago was fresh from the kennel and we thought our new corporal was going to make a huge deal about it and we might have to do a report." And Blaine Cruz says the victim didn't wish to have a report done. Whether or not related to that exchange, is there discretion or with canine handlers, is there discretion on when to do a report of a nip or a bite of their canine?
It depends, usually on the severity.
Okay. If a victim, if someone is bitten, can they say, do they have the discretion to say, look, I don't want a report here and no report be generated?
If it's a civilian, I would say no. If it's an officer, I'd say it's discretion.
Why? Why is there a distinction?
This is. I'm not sure you recognize what you're looking at there. That EOW is not end of work. That's end of watch. This is the dog's memorial page.
Correct.
So this is where the officers are saying things that were fun about this and kind of making light of it. So you've got to take it in the context that it's given. These aren't officers complaining about it. These are officers remembering this dog. So.
And remembering it through its history of biting, correct?
Object to the form.
I don't think that's accurate. I think these are things that they had happen while the dog was alive. You know, my dog jumped on the sergeant's desk and destroyed an entire shift's paperwork once.
David Harvey specifically posts, "My God, that boy kept me stressed out," didn't he?
Object to the form. Is there a question?
Do you see that posted there?
I'm still looking for it.
Right side, far right side, 1, 2, 3, 4 down.
Okay, yep.
Do you know what he meant by that?
He's being sarcastic. This is not a complaint board. This isn't people that are complaining about the police department. These are officers remembering this dog. And the handler was saying, yeah, the dog stressed me out.
Can you cite to all record evidence where Harvey has indicated his sarcastic state of mind?
All I would say is this is a social media post on the dog's death, and it's kind of like a private memorial.
Isn't
you got to, which I mean, it's not a private thing. It was obviously shared since you have it, but this wasn't meant for public consumption.
Isn't that pure speculation about his intent? Or do you know? Have you had a conversation or read something that I haven't about why Harvey said, "My God, that boy kept me stressed out"?
No, I've just seen enough end of watches. Some people, some dogs. So I know what gets posted on these things.
Isn't your speculation about cases precisely why you've been stricken by courts multiple times?
Object to the form.
I wasn't aware of that until today, so I really don't have much of an opinion on it. I don't think it's much speculation. I teach a class on media and crime. I absolutely can talk about social media posts.
Okay. Chris David also posts on the right side, all I remember is Drago nipping my radio on my butt cheek, and then I just put my arm out because I knew he was about to bite me. And Blaine Cruz says, looked like he was on Jurassic Park hiding from a T-Rex. Again, wouldn't that be evidence of a nip or bite by Drago that you otherwise didn't see in any Columbia County Sheriff's Office reporting?
Object to the form, mischaracterization.
I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking at here. I know it's an end of watch postings from people that felt enough to actually put something up. So I don't know what it means.
If you've said in a media interview, if you can't control your dog, you are a liability. You don't consider the aggression or incident at the veterinarian or the fact that the large portion of any commemoration of Drago was about him being stressful and biting. You don't see that as
mischaracterization.
You don't see that as a liability issue?
Object to the form, mischaracterization.
I think that the vet issue is a separate one. They're not linked. I think this is completely different, and I have no documentation that these events happened, unless you've got something for me to review. But I'm not aware of any of these things happening.
Well, I think that's just it. I think that's why accurate reporting of incidents is important, because if we have to scour Facebook to learn about canine aggression after the fact, isn't that a lack of sufficient information in an incident like this?
Objection, mischaracterization.
Again, we don't know what happened at all. We don't know if these events happened. They've been expanded upon. They've been made to seem bigger than they were. I don't know.
We don't know if 30 more happened and they just weren't posted about on Facebook, correct?
Objection.
I can't prove a negative or positive.
Okay. Do you agree with me that there are demeanor prerequisites for a police service dog?
Yes.
Do you agree with me that there are demeanor prerequisites for a police service dog handler?
Yes.
Okay. Plaintiff's next exhibit are a series of posts from Facebook by David Harvey, which were discussed at his deposition. In one, he has a picture of himself with a firearm and Drago style or caption, that beast mode, exclamation point. In another, he says 7 days out of this patrol car for some mind recalibration got me motivated to do some hood rat things with WID, my hood rat friends, exclamation point, Chris, let's get it, dude. And then in the far left of this graphic, but it will be in a post and an attached exhibit, there's a canine unit with a canine skeleton and a blue line on it. You said you teach use of social media in your classwork. Tell me about that.
I tell them to delete their Facebook account.
Why?
But for this very reason that we're having this conversation, that every single image can be spun in almost any direction you want it to go, often in a negative way. And it's a lot better to not have it out there at all. I told them that they should probably delete their old account and create a new one, but most of the kids actually aren't into Facebook anymore. It's usually the older people that are doing Facebook. But if you start a new account, and basically everything that you post, like, say anything, you better think about, how would my grandmother like this?
What, how do you, I guess you're telling me that you teach law enforcement officers. Are you talking about teaching law enforcement officers or who?
No, these are college students going into law enforcement or a criminal justice career.
Okay.
Because the liability is the same whether they go into corrections, parole, probation, law enforcement. The issues are very similar. And
if I understand correctly, and I want you to correct me, you teach them to be wary of social media use, not in how they reflect and carry themselves.
Object to the form. Mischaracterization.
I wouldn't have put it that way. The simple solution to this is don't use social media, because social media will come back to haunt you.
Okay. Do you know what Harvey meant about doing hood rat things with his hood rat friends?
I'm going to object. He's calling for speculation and the reading of minds, which he cannot do.
He's already done it before. Do you know what Mr. Harvey...
And I'm going to object again. Calls for speculation. Improper.
Okay. Do you know what Mr. Harvey meant?
No.
Objection.
Okay. The graphic to the left, have you seen that before today?
Not that one.
Okay. Have you seen other canine officers use canine skulls to depict their police work?
No.
Okay. Here are two more social posts that will be a part of the attached exhibit. In one, it quotes a Bible verse about, for he is the minister of God for thee for good, but if thou do that which is evil, be afraid, for he beareth not the sword in vain, for he is the minister of God, a revenger to execute wrath upon him. And there's two words that are cut off. I guess my question is it a police officer's job to be a revenger?
No.
Is it a canine officer's job to be a revenger?
No.
Okay.
But if you'll also note the date, that was 7 years ago this was posted. I wouldn't tell my students to put that on their page, but to be honest with you, it's not defamatory. It's not anything really. But I can see how it can spin that way.
Are these not signs of bad decision making by an officer?
No.
No? Okay.
Well, just somebody hasn't learned that social media works against law enforcement. Well, actually, any public official.
Does it matter what they post? I mean, if somebody posts something objectively that you found objectively offensive, would it still be a dang plaintiff's attorney that's searching through a social media issue, or could it be a sign of an objective indicator of an inability to serve as a police officer?
Object to the form.
No, I disagree with that completely.
In what way?
In all ways. Somebody posting a thin blue line or the sheepdog memes or any of those, how could that possibly disqualify somebody from law enforcement? This isn't an indication of anything. Now, having their membership at the Ku Klux Klan on there, okay, now we're talking. Or putting something racist on there. I get that. This is simply pride in their jobs.
So, prolific use of rebel flags, would that change your opinion?
Object to the form is characterization.
It would depend on the framing of it, okay. What the issue was. Like if it was framed as let's have another civil war, okay, I'm a little concerned about that. If it's something about state rights, I'm a little more flexible.
Okay. Another news organization you've given quotes to is the Washington Post, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember an article back in November of 2020 which discussed the series of Canine police videos which were in public discourse at the time?
I'm not sure. I actually have not been doing a lot of media since around the 2020 mark was when some of my interviews that weren't on tape, they were like recorded over the phone, got cobbled together like a ransom note. And I actually started to develop a list of newspapers and specific reporters I would never work with again because things got twisted very badly. There's some that I'll work with again.
Do you recall whether Washington Post was one that cobbled together your words like a ransom note?
I don't know. Okay. Can you show it to me and I'll tell you if it is.
Next exhibit will be a Washington Post article, which we've excerpted for purposes of this PowerPoint. The article is titled, "These Brutal Police Dog Attacks Were Captured on Video. Now Some Cities Are Curtailing Canine Use." And again, I'm not questioning you about the entire article. I've got some piecemeal select questions. But since you brought it up, the article says, Mesloh said, if this tool is needed, it means the police dog is poorly trained and should have never become, I should have started right. It looks like we're talking, in this matter about the breaker bar, correct? You see this?
Yes.
Okay. And it attributes you as saying that some officers use the breaker bar on the lowdown. Did you say that?
I think so.
What do you mean?
I mean, I don't remember saying on the lowdown, but I did say officers were using it.
Okay.
I know that the front end of this is relatively correct. I do not remember a quote of the lowdown. It actually doesn't sound like something I would say. This is actually the article that got me the hate mail around the country.
Was that from a law enforcement officer?
Many law enforcement officers.
Okay.
Many people were believing that this was a magic tool. Like when we put electric collars on dogs, and that was big in the 90s. We used them for training, and then somebody say, "Hey, we don't have to train them as much if we keep the shock collar on all the time." And that was ridiculous. And I never did that.
There's a quote in the last line of what's in front of you. Mesloh said, if this tool is needed, meaning the breaker bar, it means the police dog is poorly trained and should have never become a canine police canine in the first. Sorry, should have never become a canine in the first place. You stand by that?
Yes.
Okay. So if Drago was trained to use a breaker bar, he should have never been a canine in the first place.
Object to the form.
Why is it different for Drago?
because he was trained out without the breaker bar. The breaker bar is if I was a handler now, I'd probably carry a breaker bar as a backup. If I can't get the dog off, I've got to limit my damages on a suspect and get the dog off. It's dumb not to have the tool. I would assume in my case, if I ever had to use it, I would immediately try to figure out what's wrong with the dog, because I wouldn't want to rely on using a breaker bar all the time. I don't know if anybody's using it all the time now. They may be training them with the breaker bar, but I'm sure they are trying to also do it under voice command or pull-off.
Did Drago train anywhere else other than Alachua County Sheriff's Office basic team training course that you're aware?
Well, it is, the training he did to maintain his skills over time. So there's a certain amount that you need to do, every month to maintain the dog. And that's scattered amongst different places.
Okay. Does FDLE have a policy about whether or not a breaker bar should be used?
I'm not aware of one.
Do you know Richard Polsky, Polsky? Have you worked with him?
No.
Okay. The good news is when I'm quiet, I'm getting rid of questions. So bear with me.
Okay.
Yeah, it's usually not just me stalling. It's me swiping pages away because I've already asked them.
I understand.
What's a bite ratio?
It's the number of apprehensions you have and what percentage of those actually lead to a bite. So you catch a certain number of people, and a percentage of those are probably going to be bit.
Is there a I'm trying to figure out how to ask this. Is there no statistic is uniform, but is there a goal on police departments to have a certain bite ratio?
Well, it's actually covered under Kerr versus Palm Beach County. So, and that's 30%.
Okay.
But that's actually not a great thing either, because a lot of times it doesn't need to be as high as 30%. They need to be looked at individually. What it was designed for is, you have to picture when Kerr versus Palm Beach County came out, we didn't have the computers and the data entry that we have today. So there was no early warning system. So handlers would produce a document and would go to a supervisor who would add up these things. And that was the idea, because Palm Beach County had some 100% bite ratios. Some of their dogs were just biting everybody, and some were lower. So the court decided that it was, 30% was a good number.
When you have, I guess, what qualifies as a bite to be in a bite ratio?
Well, it's not an accident. So if it's a bite, it's during a criminal apprehension. So you track to somebody, and in the course of making the arrest, they get bitten. You release the dog into a building to search after an appropriate warning, and they bite somebody. That is a bite and an apprehension. But just as likely, you go to that same burglary, you get on the PA system and say, police department, Canine unit, come out or I'm going to send the dog in, and then you repeat it 2 or 3 times. A lot of people come out, in which case that's an apprehension with no bite.
Okay. Are you personally familiar with the kennel that Drago came from?
No.
Okay. Do you know of what training Drago received whatsoever before Alachua County Sheriff's Office?
All I saw in his paperwork that he was, quote, a green dog. So he was ready to be trained. Usually that means he has basic obedience, and that's about it.
Okay.
Sometimes they don't even come that much.
Okay.
But there's levels of buying dogs now. So Florida's pretty hard to get away with it. But if you go, let's say, to Michigan, I could go buy a dog that's fully trained, and in 10 days, I can be a handler. So 480? Nah, I don't need 480 days. All we need are 10 days, 2 working weeks. That's it. So some dogs come complete. We call them shake and bake dogs.
Right.
This is not a shake and bake dog. This is what we call a green dog. Dogs got just enough training so it's manageable. So you can get it in and out of a car, put a leash on it so that it doesn't fight all the time.
Do you know if that training was in German or English?
I believe it was in German.
Okay. The initial training, the initial instruction on the dog?
I believe so.
Okay.
You don't normally take an English-speaking dog and flip them to German. Usually we keep them in German just because.
Okay. Is there a record that indicates from the kennel that's true?
No. His birth certificate was in German. I think that was German.
Checkers, yeah, you're right. It wasn't something.
I can't read any of these languages, but I could see that at least they had it translated to English. They had whatever their word was, and then it was translated to English. So I assumed that the dog was trained in whatever the base language was, but the dog's easily flipped. You can change the language very fast. Do it 4 or 5 times in a row, and one word goes, and you've got a completely new word.
Would you agree with me that the purpose of Alachua County Canine Sheriff's Office training course is Sergeant Herlocker and I discussed teaching to the test? Get the dog and an officer prepared to pass certification by the FDLE.
Well, it's kind of like getting ready for the bar exam or getting ready for your PhD defense. They're not really preparing them for the test, but these are all the things they're going to have to do to pass the test.
Very good.
It's a skill-based test. It's not complicated, but the dogs need to know how to do each of the phases. If they can do all of those things, they actually perform very well. That's why FDLE came up with the tests that they use.
What's the recertification process in Florida?
Yeah, I can't remember if it's 1 year or 3 years. I can't remember.
Okay.
It's been a while since I looked at research. But I thought we recertified every year, unless they flipped that back. No, it was every year. I guarantee it was every year. You had to recertify every single year. And they brought in the outside examiners to do it. So it couldn't have anybody that was related to the initial dog training or the agencies, which is complicated for small agencies. They have to try to find evaluators from outside.
Loud verbal commands or gestures on the part of the handler toward the suspect, a frequent occurrence during physical arrest, may actually trigger the dog bite when actually the suspect was in the process of surrendering. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, to some degree.
It's directly from your dissertation, so how do you disagree? Page 53.
I didn't disagree. I said to some degree. I said yes.
Okay.
I'm also 25 years older, so since I wrote that.
Okay. Why? Why does that occur?
Well, you can trigger the dog. There's no doubt. It just depends on the dog and the handler. Some dogs are cool as ice. They don't seem to pick up on a lot. Others are overly... they pick up on feelings, emotions. And they used to say, what goes down the leash comes up the leash. They beat that into you. Because if you are projecting things, the dog picks up on this. And I don't know exactly how they pick up on it.
Do you know whether Drago was just doing some hood rat things with his hood rat friends?
Object to the form.
I still don't know what that means. Do you?
I know it's not good, but that's my opinion.
I don't know what it means. I'll Google it when I go home.
I also think it's racist, but that's separate. Officers that are under a great deal of stress may send mixed signals to the dog, which could easily be misinterpreted. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, to some degree. Absolutely.
Okay. What do you mean to some degree? Because that's from page 52 to 53 of your dissertation.
Again, 25 years. My opinions have modified to some degree. But again, to some degree. Yeah. There's an awful lot of factors that go into what happens with a police dog.
Tell me about that. Tell me, related to what officers that are under a great deal of stress may be sending mixed signals to the dog, which could easily be misinterpreted. How has your opinion changed related to that statement?
It hasn't changed. But there's also a lot of other signals that could be a lot stronger that are the dog's picking up on, which is the suspect.
Okay, which goes back. Is your opinion related to loud verbal commands or gestures on the part of the handler toward the suspect triggering a dog bite when actually the suspect was in the process of surrendering changed?
You misunderstood me. I was saying the suspect, the things the suspect says, the suspect does, are the triggers. Okay. Now, the handler yelling doesn't make it any better. Okay. But if the suspect is yelling or moving erratically, what's erratic? I don't know, whatever the dog thinks is erratic. They pick up whatever sometimes they pick up on weird stuff, like telephone repair guys. I've had so many dogs, not police dogs, but personal dogs, that get very aggressive because of their tool belt. What's that about? I don't know. But it's a clue that somehow is triggering a response in those dogs. In this case, the dog is saying something it doesn't like, or it's hearing something that makes it believe that there is a threat.
And if it does something about that threat, if it bites after that threat without a intent or command, that is an improperly trained police dog.
Object to the form, mischaracterization of the facts.
It would be an accident if the handler hadn't released it. And if the handler did release it, the dog was properly trained and would be able and was performing properly.
Can a dog be released on accident?
Sure. Okay. Happens on that video you were showing me. Okay. The leash broke. The one in Roswell.
Right.
His leash broke off. Okay? That's an accidental release.
As it would be unrealistic to entrust a child to make important decisions themselves, that is exactly what police officers do when they use their dogs in police-citizen encounters with suspects. You agree with that?
Yes, but I was talking about bark and hold.
Okay. Training of police canines is one of the biggest issues facing the police departments who use canines in their daily operations. Do you agree with that?
You cut out at the very front end of that sentence. Could you say that one more time?
Sorry. Training of police canines is one of the biggest issues facing the police departments who use canines in their daily operations.
It's one of them. Yes.
We've been going about 2.5 hours. Are y'all going to want a lunch break or not?
I'm all right. I don't care.
I mean, during a break, I can just grab a cracker or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Take a 10-minute, 15-minute break. Yeah.
Because I'm not, more than 2 hours. I think I'm substantially less than 2 hours. But I'm not till 5. So, and I can go through. I just wanted to make sure y'all didn't want an hour for break.
No, 10 minutes ought to be enough.
Okay. You want to do that now or after a few more?
I'm okay.
Keep your girlish figure.
Yeah. I'm good.
Okay, good. In selection of cases, how often in the last year have you turned down the assignment? So an attorney calls you and says, hey, we'd like to retain you, and you say no.
I was waiting for you to ask me this earlier. Way in excess of 90%. I turned down almost all of them. And some of them I'm selfish. If they look like I'm not going to win, like it's going to be a good, solid case, that I'm not going to sell my ethics on a case. I cherry pick my cases. The only time that I get adventurous, if I see one that looks like it's going to be maybe a Supreme Court case one day. And I have one of those cooking.
Okay.
So 90%, maybe even higher. I turn down just so many cases. Most of them aren't, and some are canine, but a lot of less lethal. I turned down almost all of the less lethal cases from all the riots we had back in 2020.
Was there a basis why this case made the cut?
I have one standard. I have to look at their video first. If I don't like the video, that's it. I turned one down. In fact, I accepted a case and then found out that wasn't the right video.
So you
lied to me. And I'm like, I'm done. I bailed out.
Which side was that?
It was a defense side, but a criminal defense side. And I said, no, I'm not interested in doing this now. But it was for an officer in Texas. But his attorney lied to me. And once I saw the real video, I went, okie dokie, I'm done.
What did you like about this video?
It was relatively clear, clean cut. I mean, it's very difficult to do cases anymore without any video or any audio. It used to be, well, the officer said we got a couple of witnesses, and you made your way the best you could. A lot of times you're getting by on physical evidence, so photographic injuries. But now with video, it's relatively easy to interpret things.
What is the use of force matrix? What is your use of force matrix?
Well, there's a whole bunch of matrices.
Okay.
It used to be that we used to call it the force continuum, and they came in, used to be in ladder form, like stairs. So suspect force, and then the officer's response. Suspect resistance, officer's response. And it was, for a researcher, it was a lot better because that gave you a numerical order, which allowed you to do linear regression or whatever mathematical thing you wanted to do for predictive modeling. Now, the problem is these things they kind of got shoved together into different places. So most of the less lethal stuff ended up in one spot. Yep, that's my old one.
Tell me about, plaintiff's next.
This is old. Nobody uses this anymore. I actually use it in an intro class now so that they can, see what a linear model looks like. Most of the states, they're no longer linear. They are circular, they're square, but they're not going up and down a ladder or stairs.
Okay.
Go ahead and identify this.
Yeah, plaintiff's next exhibit is what's depicted as enforcement levels, use of force matrix, which I believe we received in some materials that you've produced in another case, which we'll attach as plaintiff's next exhibit. That said, tell me about what this graphic is.
On the left side is how the officer perceives the threat. On the right side is the officer's response to the threat. So if there's passive resistance, you have pain compliance, takedowns, restraint devices, chemical agents. Now, this is an old matrix. So chemical agents actually been bumped up to the next level for most agencies now. It's a level 4. So in which case it would require active physical resistance, which is impact weapons, tasers, beanbag rounds, canine, punching. Chemical agents would now go in there. Compressed air weapons would go in there. I guess that's most of them.
Did you? Sorry. Did you refer to this matrix in your report?
No, I'm using FDLEs. My FDLEs is in the report. On page 6.
The one that says totality of the circumstances.
Yes.
Okay. Are those numbered? So in the one on the screen, it says enforcement levels, and then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. On the totality of circumstances one, are there numerical enforcement levels?
No.
Okay. Have you testified repeatedly about the use of force matrix?
Yes.
Have you incorporated into other reports and other cases?
I have.
Okay.
Until FDLEs became, their new matrix is what people are using, and the force matrix, which I made this one. I actually drew this one.
Which one?
I'm sorry, the use of force matrix exhibit.
Okay.
On the screen. What happened was, it appears, it was designed as a teaching tool. It wasn't created to be a legal standard. Academics, like myself, jumped on it because it had numbers, which allows us to do statistical analysis. Not very good statistical analysis because there's only 6 positions. But it gives you something. Well, over time, people started looking at this going to court, and they were saying, well, yes, the person has a knife and they've attacked you. Well, have you tried your verbal resistance first? No? Okay, you did that. Okay, now passive. Did you try a pain compliance technique? All right, now have you tried an impact weapon? Okay, it gave the impression it was stepwise, that you had to do everything prior to it. And FDLE was the one that was the first to say enough.
Right.
Now, everybody talked about it for decades, that we probably should get rid of the matrix in a policy and keep it at the academy. That it's a good way to teach people the basics, but to put it in policy, well, the thing that FDLE's got is something.
Okay. Is it, let me go back to it. So you created this? The
Yes.
use of force matrix?
Yes.
Okay. Is it inaccurate today?
Yes.
How?
Because it's not the matrix we're using anymore. We're using a new matrix. It doesn't incorporate the things that are in the totality of circumstance model.
Such as environmental factors, officer factors, subject factors, and other factors?
Correct.
Okay.
This was based solely on resistance, the model I made. But it didn't incorporate any of these other things.
Okay. Let me ask this. You have Canine listed next to 4, which is next to resistant, active, physical. What did that mean then?
At the time, it meant the person had to do something that was actively resistant, which isn't much.
Okay. Do you believe that Mr. Bowman was actively resistant during this incident?
He was approaching it.
Okay.
It's a difficult threshold to actually identify where it is and isn't.
What was he doing that was actively resistant or approaching active resistance?
Probably the most actively resistant thing was leaning back into the car.
Which you'll agree with me was not in any police report.
It was in one of the statements of one of the passengers and in her deposition.
Okay. We'll come back to that. Let's see. So you have your report in front of you?
I do.
We'll do the report as the plaintiff's next exhibit. Got some quick questions about that. Not so quick, but page 2, it discusses research reviewed. What do you mean by that?
These are things that I either considered or incorporated into the report.
You'll agree with me that the majority of those are your own articles.
Correct. Because nobody else does it.
Okay. Have you worked alongside or against Roy Bedard?
I know who he is.
Okay. Do you know him? Do you have a relationship with him?
No.
Okay. Under applicable statutes, are you aware that a jury either found Mr. Bowman not guilty or charges were dropped for driving under the influence, fleeing to elude, and resisting?
I'm aware they had that finding, yes.
Okay. Do you know who reached out to you or how they reached out to you on February 2nd, 2023?
I do not. It was an email. I believe I have been a voicemail. I don't. Sorry.
Are those documents, if it was an email, did you include emails in the thumb drive?
No.
Okay. Referring to page 5, paragraph 2, you say the use of force matrix / continuum was initially used as a tool to help teach officers to identify the proper force responses to specific types of resistance. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
What is the use of force matrix?
It's the same thing.
Okay.
The matrix and the continuum are the same thing.
Okay. And that's the graphic that...
The words are used synonymously. That's why I put slash.
That's the graphic I have on the screen.
Yes.
Do you say in there that the use of force matrix / continuum is no longer used?
I don't recall saying that, or that it was no longer used at all.
Do you distinguish it?
Either Florida has developed a nonlinear matrix.
Today, for your deposition, you've kind of distinguished the use of force matrix as outdated, correct?
No, not at all. It's
Okay.
just not the measure we're using.
Okay. Do you
It's the measure that's the standard for the state of Florida anymore. At that time, it was great. Well, it was as good as we could come up with. Now it is something different.
Do you say that in your report? Do you in any way discuss the inapplicability of the use of force matrix in your report?
No, I say the state of Florida, through CJSTC, has developed a nonlinear matrix based on the totality of circumstances to assist officers in the determination of the proper force response to suspect resistance.
Okay. And then you paste it in there.
Yes.
Okay. Who came up with that graphic?
FDLE, I assume. I took it from their website.
Page 7, last pointed note. After receiving a number of warnings that a police dog would be released, Bowman states twice, "Go ahead and send your dog." What warnings did Bowman receive?
He got warned that a police dog was going to be released, repeatedly.
How many times?
I didn't count them.
Was there a but or if in there, meaning a police dog is going to be released if you don't get out of the car?
I don't recall the exact wording.
Okay. Doesn't that wording matter?
It might.
If Harvey said, I'm going to release this dog if you don't get out of the car, and Bowman gets out of the car, is that a fair wording that if he's abided by the command?
Except there were more commands. The dog was going to be released after he got out of the dog.
You'd agree with me that that wouldn't be a command where, okay, let me start over. If a potential offender or suspect abides by a command, with sufficient time for the officer to know that the person has abided by the command, shouldn't that halt that use of force that was threatened?
Object to the form.
Unless the next command isn't followed.
Okay. So we got a reset, sort of. And then
the mindset that you've already threatened a use of force. So it's not back to a zero.
Okay.
I mean, you're not as high as you were, but you're prepared to use force because you've already threatened it once.
And you believe there was a second command after that?
I don't remember. What I can tell you is he got repeated warnings of a police dog being about to be released. Did
he get repeated complete warnings, in your opinion?
Some were and some weren't. Cumulatively, there were a lot. Some were cut off because Bowman would say something.
You stated in that sentence that Bowman twice said, "Go ahead and send your dog." Does that consent? Can an offender consent to use of force?
No.
Okay.
No. I don't think he was inviting the dog.
Right. Page 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines down, 7, 8 lines down. We're talking about while they were still in the police car that Harvey said something to the effect he was probably going to try to bail. meaning that he believed that Bowman was likely to run from the traffic stop, and you identify the portion of video. Did you see objective signs that you'd agree with Harvey that this seemed like a suspect that was going to flee the scene?
Yes. If I hadn't known what was, have a little bit of background on the story before I heard it, I would have thought he was going to be a foot pursuit. Yes. Did
the vehicle come back stolen?
Well, they didn't have time to even get a response on running the tag.
Okay. Did Mr. Bowman turn on his turn-in signal light?
He did.
Did he travel at a slow rate of speed?
Not as slow as he should have.
Okay. How slow should he have traveled?
5 miles an hour.
What was the speed limit of that road?
20.
Okay. Where was he going?
It doesn't matter. Once the emergency lights came on, he was required to drop his speed to 5 miles an hour if he's going under 25 miles an hour. If it was going over 25 miles an hour, then he has to drop his speed by 20. So if it's a 30 mile an hour zone, then you can go 10. So he didn't stop for that either.
Okay. Page 9. You state, after a final warning, Canine Drago was released by Deputy Harvey and engaged Bowman for a period of time not to exceed 58 seconds. How did you gauge a period of time not to exceed 58 seconds?
Use a stopwatch from the point of contact, starting about where he says, oh my God, and then to the point where the screaming stops.
Okay.
Which I think probably extended this, maybe even 8 or 10 seconds more than it should, but I wanted to give a very conservative estimate.
What did you mean after a final warning?
He told him one last time, I'm going to send the dog. And that's when he said for the second time, go ahead and send your dog. That's a sign he's not complying.
You recall that a final warning was given what was that final warning?
He said he was going to release the dog.
If what?
If he didn't comply.
You're certain of that?
I don't know exactly the words. I'm happy to listen to the video with you, but I don't recall the exact words, and I'd be hesitant to try to recall them.
Fair enough. We'll attach the next series of exhibits will be portions of the video clip. I'm not playing the whole video clip so that we don't spend an hour going through it, but I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, approximately 8 excerpts that I'll have some pointed questions about. So the next 8 exhibits will be the sequential deposition portions.
You mean the transcript? The video?
Yes. Did you? So we played that clip. Did you see in one of the transcripts Deputy Harvey talk about intending to do a pit maneuver at some point during this?
He actually said he was considering a pit maneuver, not that he was planning on doing it.
Okay. Clip 2. Let me go back to that kind of first clip in the pit maneuver discussion. Is a pit maneuver a use of force?
Yes.
Where would it fall on the matrix?
I am not sure. Even Well, we're not using the 6-position matrix, so I actually put them relatively high, but we didn't use them as often, back in the 90s. So I'd say, now they do them a lot better. They don't seem to flip as many cars as we did. So I'd say maybe it's lower now.
Will you agree with
exactly? I don't know. Will
you agree with me that Deputy Harvey intended to use significant? Well, strike that. Is a in the scheme of uses of force. Where does the pit maneuver fall?
Objection.
I'm not sure. What I will say is he considered it, which is a big difference than actually doing it. And most officers consider a great number of force options on the way to every single call. I'm surprised he even mentioned he thought about it, because we go down a list of possible bad outcomes and try to work our way around them before we get to the call. And some of them could be crazy, like, okay, what am I going to do if I take gunfire through the windshield? Am I going to stop the car? Am I just going to roll out of it and let the car keep going? If I take fire, am I going to throw it in reverse, get a long gun out of the trunk and return fire? Do I fall back and let SWAT? Or do I use a pit maneuver? It's just it's game theory. You work through a series of options, and that was just one that he thought of.
My recollection of the testimony is that he was about to attempt the pit maneuver, but Bowman turned left, and so it changed the circumstances. Do you recall that?
I don't.
Okay, fair. Did I ask what is a pit maneuver?
I don't think you have.
Okay, what is a pit maneuver?
Okay. It's when you strike the rear quarter panel of the vehicle with the front quarter bumper of your car to destabilize the rear end of the car and throw them into a spin.
Okay. Is that deadly force?
No.
Okay. Will you agree with me that Deputy Harvey was contemplating use of force on Mr. Bowman before he even got out of the car?
Object to the form.
He contemplated finding a way to stop his vehicle before it got to a bigger road, as I believe what he said.
Okay. Now let me go back to 2 because my brain was not focused on it. All right. So second excerpt of the dash cam video. You can't hear it?
It's choppy, and it sounds like it's underwater.
I'm wondering if somehow I'm not getting as good of a connection.
It was bad before, but that actually seemed worse.
Okay. Any better?
Yeah. It's choppy.
Okay.
It's like every other syllable's coming
Okay.
through.
Let me try to sub-focus then. Did you hear Deputy Harvey say driver stop?
No.
Nothing came through.
Okay.
Not hearing anything either.
This is Zoom, right? Is the audio set up to play? Is it possible it's playing through his speakers and then coming back through his microphone? That it's not set up to play a video?
Let me try a different format.
Yeah, I think it's his settings.
Let's do this. We're due for a break anyway. Let's take our snack break. Is that fair?
Our 15-minute lunch break. Let's do that.
15-minute lunch break, and I'll try to have this worked out.
Except the officer believes it is a felony stop because he at the time believes it to be a felony and he's treating it as such.
Right. Continuing at 323.
Last warning! Step out! There's no canine!
So between 323 and 328, Mr. Deputy Harvey says, last warning, and Mr. Bowman says, you want me to step out? Correct?
That's what he says.
Okay.
There's no canine!
And between up to 3:30, Deputy Harvey is repeating Sheriff's Office Canine, correct?
Yes.
Not K99999.
No, because the stress isn't there yet. It will be.
He's using that as a warning to Bowman that there's a Sheriff's Office Canine ready to be deployed potentially.
In my impression, yes.
You better stop! Stand there! Turn around! Face away from me now!
Based upon those commands, stop, turn away from me now, isn't it fair to assume that Mr. Bowman's out of the car?
He is. And I also noticed that the backup officer has now shifted her position accordingly because he is out of the car.
Fair. Thank you.
I will release this dog if you do not!
Okay. 332, I'm going to start back.
There! Turn around! Face away from me now!
So, as of 3:35, he's telling Mr. Bowman to face away from him. Fair?
That's the command at that point, yes.
Okay. So, face away means back up without looking at me?
No, he's telling him to face away from him. Not back up yet. He told him to face away.
Okay, so Bowman is looking at him in if I turn my chair around, you're not going to see me. Bowman's looking at him face to face, sort of, in some
he
fashion.
wants him to turn.
Okay, why?
Because he's going to walk him backwards at some point.
Okay.
He doesn't want him to see where everybody is.
Okay.
I will release this dog if you do not! Release the dog!
So from 36 to 39, I hear, I will release this dog if you do not.
Yeah, I don't know what the imperative there is. You cut it off.
Step out! There's no canine! You want me to get out? There's no canine! You better stop! Stand there! Turn around! Face away from me now! I will release this dog if you do not! Release the dog, bro! Put your hands up!
What is the command?
There wasn't one. He put his hands down.
So I will release this dog if you do not.
And then he had to change his command.
Correct.
Because then he had to tell him to get his hands back up.
Okay. So
right, he got a chance to finish that command.
Fair. So there is no current command, or let me strike that. There's no current threat that there's going to be the release of a canine, correct?
I think you're taking this in bite-sized pieces, and I don't think it works that way. It's cumulative. The threat's still there. All of the commands are there to the suspect. The plaintiff. You don't get to take it in bite-sized pieces and act like all the other pieces that happened before don't exist. They're cumulative.
Okay.
The plaintiff knows. The plaintiff should know by this point that he's been given a series of commands with the threat of a police dog being deployed. The officer knows he has given a series of commands, many of which have not been answered correctly or responded to correctly.
What command related to the use of the force was given that wasn't met to this point in the video?
Well, he put his hands down. He started to get out of the car. Then they put him back into the car. Then they wanted him back out of the car.
Doctor, you're entirely speculating. You can't see whether he's coming in or out of the car right now, can you?
No. Well, we know he's out of the car now. We know that with a perfect fact. He's outside the car with his hands up, and they told him to turn away.
And you don't know the timing to the extent that he went back towards the car. You don't know when. That's not identified in any way, is it?
All we have is the verbal commands. Those are the landmarks that we're stuck with.
So I'll go back to 337.
Do not relax down, bro. Put your hands up. Turn around and face the other way. Now. Slowly. I said slowly. Back towards me. Do not face me.
Okay, by 351, it appears that, or it sounds like, Mr. Bowman is continuing to approach him face forward. Do you agree?
Maybe. He must have done something to tell him, do not look at me. Maybe he shifted. Hell, he could have lost his balance. We don't know exactly, but something had the officer remind him, do not look at me.
Any inferences to be drawn by the officer Godey moving?
My assumption at this point is he is within taser range now, and she is now covering more of the car so she can split between the occupants of the car and the plaintiff. But I don't know the exact angle. The angle of her weapon looks like it's more towards the car, not where I think Mr. Bowman is.
Okay.
Again,
sorry, let me go back to 348. I hear last warning, you better listen, and then Canine 9. Do you hear that? Let me play it.
Do not relax down, bro. Put your hands up. Turn around and face the other way. Now. Slowly. I said slowly. Back towards me. Do not face me. You better face the other way. Last warning. You better listen. No.
Is that what you heard?
Yeah, I heard him say, stop facing me. He said it 3 times.
And then he says, last warning, you better listen.
Well, at that point, he decided to release the dog. I don't know what the trigger was at the very end.
Okay. Was there a warning that he was going to release the dog before he released the dog?
He's threatened to use the dog repeatedly throughout this. The dog's out of the car now. I don't think there's any misunderstanding how anybody would believe that they wouldn't understand that the dog is available for use now.
What threat did Mr. Bowman present when Deputy Harvey, to your side of things, released the dog?
He was not complying during the felony stop takedown, which was he got out of the car and for whatever reason kept turning around.
Okay. Do you know what Mr. Bowman was wearing at the time?
I'm trying to remember from the pictures. No.
Okay.
I've got the pictures somewhere.
Okay. Going back to 351. What does 9 mean to Drago?
Object to the form.
I think we've covered this before.
Yeah.
The dog may or may not be interpreting that as the word no, but no doesn't mean anything under these circumstances. If it's a redirect, he would have given him a command like out, plots, foos.
Wasn't?
No, it's more of a soft term for get your head out of the garbage can.
Is an officer supposed to repeat commands to his canine?
No, he's not giving the command to the dog. And I've mentioned that before. What I've told you is it's one of two things. It's, as he said in his deposition, he's repeating it the same way you do with taser, 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 or he's caught in a loop and he's repeating the last word of the sentence.
You won't agree that Bowman was, although hesitantly, he was ultimately complying with Deputy Harvey's requests.
Objection.
I would not agree with that.
Why not?
Because he was.
Excuse me, Ms. Whitehurst, that you are not testifying today. That is instructing the witness, and it is entirely inappropriate.
Mr. Phillips, that was a slip of my just listening too intently of this deposition. There was no stretch of the means of me trying to instruct Dr. Mesloh to testify in any fashion. I do apologize, and it will not happen again.
I will accept that, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you re-ask the question, please? I'm not kidding. I really...
and I don't either. Court reporter, could you repeat back my question?
Sure. You want to agree that Bowman was, although hesitantly, he was ultimately complying with Deputy Harvey's request?
Okay. And I had started to say, no, he was not. He kept facing the wrong direction. He was not following instructions. And according to the witness in the car's deposition, he actually leaned into the car at one point. All of these things escalate the threat of violence. And so, no, he was not being compliant.
Did Deputy Godey fire on him?
No. But it would have been very unusual for a brand new recruit to fire upon anybody short of them shooting a bazooka at them first.
Was Mr. Bowman armed with a bazooka?
No, he was not.
Was Mr. Bowman armed with anything?
No. I'm sorry, that was flippant. I didn't mean to say that.
That's fair.
I was trying to imply, though, that new officers are very hesitant to use deadly force, even in cases where they actually would be very justified. It's almost negligent not to use deadly force. It's a natural inclination to do that.
Thank you. I just want to get into the head of Drago's training.
Okay.
We have a dog trained with some commands in German and some commands in English. Correct?
I don't know if he has any in English.
Okay.
I thought all his commands were in German.
Okay. What is your understanding of the 9 command related to dog training?
Object to the form.
9 is German for no.
Okay.
It has the same connotation as in English or in German.
What is the attack command or apprehend command? Packen. Was Packen uttered at any point during this scene?
Objection. No. Ask and answer.
Have you heard me ask that question before?
Yes, you have.
Okay. I was speaking to the witness. Fair. Was there any verbal command to attack, bite, or retrieve that was audible in any that you heard at all?
Objection. Ask and answer.
No.
Okay. Drago understand what, from your understanding, does Drago understand what canine means?
Objection.
I don't, unless it's a command, he doesn't understand it. I mean, it could be a word they made up for fun, like, I don't know, like fun words for toys and different things with the dog. You can teach them any word you want. So nobody calls, there's no standardized thing that would use the word canine.
Wouldn't it be absolutely negligent to use the word canine for fun, but also use the word nine for no?
Object to the form.
Within the same animal.
Probably.
Okay.
Probably wouldn't be a very good idea. But again, I wouldn't give a compound word. Nine and canine. Yeah, it would probably be a bad idea.
Why? Why is that a bad idea?
It'd be confusing.
Okay.
It's just a dog. They're nice, but they're dogs at the end of the day.
We don't know we can't see or tell whether, what physical cues Harvey gave Drago, correct?
Yes.
Yes, we can't?
No, we can't. Or no, we can't.
Correct.
Sorry. I was trying to agree with you.
That's fair. It'll go quicker that way. Just kidding. I'll strike that. Is a dog supposed to go, so in a scenario such as this where you have officer with taser in one hand and dog lead or leash in the other, is that what you understand the situation to be here?
Object to the form.
Prior to release?
I had some kind of control over the dog, so I'm not sure if he had him by the collar or if it was a harness or if it was on a leash or a lead of some kind.
Okay. Is there protocol to determine one way or is there protocol or guidance on what it should be?
No.
Okay. Do you know whether Drago was do you know whether the taser was in his right or left, Harvey's right or left hand?
No.
Do you know whether he's right or left-handed?
I don't.
Would one generally hold a taser in their dominant hand?
Yes.
Okay. And you're justifying Drago's apprehension based upon an unseen physical cue, correct?
Object to the form.
Could you restate that, please?
Yes. We've talked about how you can't see the physical cue, right?
Yes.
And for the basis of your opinion is based upon there being an unseen physical cue to Drago to apprehend, correct?
Object to the form.
Yeah, I'm still not sure what that means.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't understand where you're going.
I'm going with a dog that is only told, okay, no, how you warrant that dog apprehending or justify that dog apprehending.
Well, as I explained, I don't think it's K, no. So if we take that part of the equation out, then unless there's something to imply that this is an accidental bite?
9.
It means no. So you're saying it's an accident? The officer made a mistake? Because that's the first I'm hearing of this.
I don't know. What I'm saying is going on the dog's brain, the dog's training. 9 means no, correct?
It depends how much that's imprinted. No is more of a break command or to stop it. It's also a punishment command.
But punishment without doing anything, the dog hasn't done anything yet. So I don't think that's the issue. If it's a recall command, it's the wrong one. You wouldn't say no. You would say, instead of saying no, 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 you'd say no, out, boost, and pull the dog back. But no, 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 no makes no sense. Harvey's answer actually makes a little bit of sense.
Not saying
a little less sense.
Not saying pocket doesn't make sense. Correct?
Object to the form.
I didn't use pocket. I didn't use the word pocket.
I'm saying you would expect for an apprehension pocket to be used.
Object to the form.
Not necessarily.
Did you review video in the Mitchell case?
Yes.
Do you agree that Harvey used pocket there?
I had problems with my audio, so I just watched video.
Okay. So you don't know whether Harvey used pocket in the Mitchell case?
No.
But he certainly didn't hear. And instead he used what the dog brain would be associated with the word no.
Object to the form.
Correct?
No.
What's incorrect about that?
I just disagree with it. I've repeatedly disagreed with it.
Okay. What's your understanding of all of the physical cues Harvey gave Drago to bite Bowman?
Object to the form.
I think Bowman gave all the cues that were necessary, and he simply needed to be released.
By waving his arms around?
And yelling, yep. And the officer being under stress from that, not knowing what this is. Dog knows what a pursuit is, kind of. They know when the siren runs for a while that it's different than normal. They're not smart, but they pick up on patterns. So the dog understands to some degree that this is not like the normal things. And then you have a person that's acting in a way that people don't often do on traffic stops. They're loud and they're moving around in a way. So the person was, Mr. Bowman was easily a threat to the dog. And the handler simply had to let go for that to take care of itself. The fact he didn't verbalize it actually has no bearing at all.
It did in your analysis of the Roswell situation.
That was a little bit different. That was a whole lot different. That was a surrendering person sitting on the ground getting dog bit that he couldn't call his dog off. It was a whole lot different. And then managed to get the guy bit a whole second set of times in a different body part.
Haven't you testified that 2 minutes could be fatal in a dog bite case?
Yes, I actually had to revise that because 2 minutes is way too long. I've had a 2 minute and about 3 minute dog bite where I've testified against an agency. It did separate his brachial artery, but he didn't die.
So now you're changing your testimony that it's no longer 2 minutes that's fatal?
Correct. Depends on the size of the arms.
And is that because this one? Sorry. Is that because this incident involves a 1 minute bite?
Mm-hmm.
You said yes?
I'm sorry. This incident is less than a 1 minute bite. Yes.
Okay. And is that why you changed your testimony that a 2 minute bite could be fatal?
Object to the form.
Okay, I didn't say that. What I'm telling you is I used to say 2 minute bites. Well, I've never seen a 2 minute bite, and I assumed, based on injuries I had seen at about 1.5 minutes, that they would probably be fatal. Since I have now seen them at 3 minutes, and it was survivable, barely, yes, I've had to rethink that. I don't think I can just put a simple time stamp and say it's appropriate or inappropriate.
Okay. You find no fault with Deputy Harvey saying K99999 instead of Pocken to initiate an apprehension?
I don't find fault in it. I understand what happened. There's nothing to find fault in.
How do you understand what happened?
What happened?
How do you understand what you said? You understand what happened, so you don't find fault, and I want to know.
Okay.
What's your basis?
Harvey explained this, so I'll do it one more time. He said, like, taser, 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 K9, 9, 9. So the dog was on its way, and it was on target, and he was letting me off his partner know that that's what was going on. And it's a pretty good pattern to let people know that you're deploying a dog.
You agree with me that Harvey would be facing civil liability, if not criminal liability, if he admitted, just go with civil liability. You'll admit that Harvey would be exposed to civil liability if he admit he made a mistake and gave the wrong command.
Object to the form.
No, I'm not big on hypotheticals, but I will try on this one. If this was an accident, we wouldn't be in federal court. We'd be capped in state court. He wouldn't be looking at criminal charges. It would have been, well, if he changed his report or lied, then he would have been. But I don't think that's what happened. If it was an accident, accidents get reported, and they have to be paid out. The liability is absolutely there. But most of the insurance policies are set up in such a way that if something like that happens, you deal with it promptly and courteously and try to, make the injured party as happy as possible.
Do you know if Drago made all the decisions about whether to apprehend Mr. Bowman?
Object to the form.
Did you answer?
Yes. No. I'm sorry. That was dumb. Okay. Yes, I answered. My answer is no.
Okay. Let me re-ask it. Do you know whether Canine Drago made all the decisions about whether to apprehend Mr. Bowman?
Same objection.
No.
Do you know do you know how Drago, quote, came off the bite, end quote, of Bowman?
It's my impression it was a liftoff.
Okay. Do you know how long he was on the bite?
Well, my conservative estimate is 58 seconds.
Okay. What is the substance of all of the evidence that Deputy Harvey made the decision to release Drago to bite, apprehend Mr. Bowman and not Drago?
Wow, you really lost me on that one. I'm sorry.
Bear with me. I'll come back to it. Do you agree with me that a properly trained police canine follows the commands of its handler?
Object to the form, ask and answer.
Yes.
Do you agree with me that an improperly trained canine does not follow the commands of its master?
Yes.
Do you know if Deputy Harvey allowed Drago to make a tactical decision to apprehend Bowman?
No. He was released to apprehend Bowman.
Do you know whether Deputy Bowman letting go or letting loose of the collar or lead or leash was wrongly communicated or misinterpreted, strike that. Do you know whether Deputy Bowman...
Objection. It's not Deputy Bowman.
Sorry, fair. You're absolutely right. Thank you. Do you know whether Deputy Harvey releasing his grip or loosening his grip on the lead or leash sent the signal to Drago that was misinterpreted as an apprehension command?
Objection. Objective form. Confusing. Compound.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost in it. He deliberately released Drago to make the apprehension. I don't think there was anything accidental.
And what command preceded that?
Objection. Asked and answered.
There wasn't a command.
Okay.
A verbal command.
Was going back that Oklahoma Muskegee case, was that the first time you ever provided testimony on behalf of a plaintiff?
I don't know. If it wasn't the first, it was the second.
Okay. How many have you done since?
I don't know, because I only can go back 7 years in my files here.
Okay.
I'm sure I've got them in a filing cabinet at home. But I don't have that information.
I'm going to stop this. I'm going to go back to the PowerPoint and try to wrap this thing up. Let's see. Do you recall giving an affidavit in Chaplin, Chaplin versus Muskegee, the case we were referring to?
I don't remember this affidavit.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure I did it, but I don't recall this independently.
We'll attach the affidavit as plaintiff's next exhibit. I'm going to go to page 4. So we got the first 2 pages here, the second 2 pages. Does that appear to be your signature on page 4?
Can you enlarge that? I'm sorry, I can't read it.
Sure.
Thank you. Now, which page are we focusing on?
I just moved it. Page 4, I just want the witness to identify if that's his signature.
Okay, I can see it now.
It is. Okay. It is my signature.
Okay. In that document, paragraph 3, so I'll go back to paragraph 3. Would you read paragraph 3? Can you read it?
Can you enlarge it, please, because I can't read it.
I'm going to have to go in 2 parts, so if you could start. Can you see it, Doctor?
I do.
Okay. Can you read it for me?
Further, I would like to point out that I'm a former police officer and police canine handler and trainer. In the 18 previous cases which I've testified, I have always sided with law enforcement. I've been approached on several occasions to testify for the alleged victims of police excessive force, but have refused to testify. However, after viewing the depositions and the facts of the Chaplin matter, I agreed to testify on behalf of Mr. Chaplin. This is the first time I have ever provided testimony on behalf of a victim of excessive force.
Does that refresh your recollection as to whether Chaplin was the first time you testified on behalf of a plaintiff?
I guess it does.
Okay. And what made that a case that you chose to proceed with?
Video.
Okay.
It was a video case. There weren't very many. Remember, 2011. So, I mean, they were around, but there was video and 2 different car cameras and 2 different very clear microphones. So.
Bear with me.
I gotta change batteries here.
Okay. We can go on for a second. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Doctor. In that affidavit, you note in the previous 18 cases in which you've testified, you've always sided with law enforcement. Why did you write that?
I didn't. This is an affidavit. I didn't write the affidavit. The attorney that I was working for wrote the affidavit. They used some word choices I probably would have, in hindsight, have changed a little bit. But I signed it, so it's me.
Do you frequently allow attorneys that hired you to put words in your mouth?
Yeah. This also was pretty young at the expert witness thing at the time. So, but yes, he asked me to do an affidavit. He prepared this. I actually think I tweaked it with him a little bit. And then I signed off on it.
Okay.
I did write an expert witness report separately.
Okay. How many times since then have you failed to side with law enforcement in an expert opinion?
Well, I can see 6 on the 1, 2, 4, 5. It's like 6. Five since 2019.
Okay. Have you been deposed in those cases?
Let's see. Yep. Montez versus Penzone. Duran versus Pepperball. I don't think the others have been deposed.
Are those the 2 you referenced? Are they still pending in court?
I don't know. Haven't heard anything.
Okay. The next few things I'm going to go through are the general orders and then some of your writings, and then we're done. Did you review the general? I've already asked, and you said some, but did you review General Order 42.2 in this case?
Yes.
Okay. It discussed bias-based profiling. What is bias-based profiling?
It's making traffic stops based on a specific characteristic, usually race, could be gender, but it can be in almost anything else. But those are the 2 big ones.
Why is there a specific policy in policing related to bias-based profiling?
Well, it's kind of the same thing. It's targeting certain groups for intervention based solely on the color of their skin or their gender.
Why was that a necessary thing to implement?
Well, it's been implemented for 30 years.
Okay. But why?
It's not a new concept. It was basically part of equal rights and, non-discriminatory policing practices.
Did it arise out of a problem with bias-based policing or profiling?
Okay, I didn't catch the front end of that.
Yeah, strike that. In 42.2, The general order says nothing in this order shall prohibit a deputy from choosing to exercise enforcement discretion by issuing a verbal warning or accepting a driver's reasonable explanation for a non-criminal traffic violation.
Excuse me, Mr. Phillips, where are you in this policy? What page are you on?
I've got it at the bottom. Columbia Bowman 006594, and it's page 2 of the policy.
Thank you.
4 at the bottom there. Does that assume or presume a communication between the driver and the officer?
Yes.
That they actually talk to one another?
Yeah, they have to stop, pull over, communicate through the window, if that's the medium, but yes.
And Bowman stopped and pulled over?
Not immediately.
Okay. But eventually stopped and pulled over?
In the location of his choice. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm not, but he picked the direction of the traffic stop, and it was pretty clear looking at Harvey's deposition. It sounded like he was going to give him a verbal warning if he had just pulled over.
Bowman stopped. You're not answering my question. Let's just try to get through this. Bowman stopped his car in response to Harvey.
Object to the form, mischaracterization.
Correct?
He stopped after a 52-minute pursuit.
Wow, 52 minutes.
52 seconds. 52 seconds,
okay.
Sorry.
What is a pursuit under policing? That's not just a word. What is a pursuit?
It's failing to stop when emergency lights and siren have been activated.
Okay.
And other statutes dictate how quickly you do those things.
Okay. We'll get into that. Bowman stopped, correct? He didn't run. He didn't flee from the car, correct?
Objection, mischaracterization.
Bowman stopped, correct?
Objection, mischaracterization.
He stopped, eventually.
He got out of the car after command.
Objection, mischaracterization.
Got out of the car at the threat of having a police dog deployed.
Okay.
But yes.
He repeatedly asked, tried to engage in communication about, is he going to get shot?
Object to the form.
And also added, go ahead and send your dog twice.
Okay.
I'm really not trying to be argumentative.
No, I think it's who you are. I mean, I think you're just going to be evasive.
I don't want to argue, but I can't just agree with what you're saying. It's not correct.
Look, Doctor.
Correct it politely.
Your failure to answer questions is something you're going to have to address with the judge again. That's not my problem. That's your problem. I don't care what you answer. I'm asking you questions that you're choosing to evade. I don't care. Go right ahead.
Mr. Phillips, I would object when you're being argumentative with the witness at this time, and I would instruct you to stop doing that and continue with your questions.
And
please.
while we're instructing, the rule requires objections to form, and you're exceeding form objections by far.
Now, if we want to talk about what the rule requires, we can.
Okay.
And I can say more than form. The objections are required to be short, succinct, and to the point.
Correct.
And my objections have been that way.
I agree.
So please ask your next question, and Dr. Mesloh will provide an answer. He's been here all day long at your pleasure to answer your questions. He's not been evading or refusing to answer. He's been answering your questions. So please continue.
We'll let a court decide that. Thanks. General Order 42.2, page 3, Columbia Bowman 006595 states deputies shall greet violators with appropriate title in a courteous manner, doesn't it?
It says that.
And explain the violation.
Is there a question?
It says they're to explain the violation.
Okay.
Did Deputy Harvey do either?
No, it was a felony stop.
That a jury held was not a felony, correct?
The officer had the facts that he had at the time, hence it is a felony stop.
During conversations, Order 42.2 says, Order 42.2 says, during conversations and observations of the violator, the deputy shall check for signs of physical impairment, emotional distress, and alcohol and or drug abuse. Would somebody repeatedly screaming or yelling, "You're not going to shoot me, bro," be a sign of emotional distress?
It could be, or mental illness.
Okay. Was it treated as such?
No, we don't know what it was. Okay. I gave you some possibilities. It also could be just a resistant suspect. There are many things it could be.
Moving along, under motorist stops, the policy says if the violator fails to stop, the deputy shall continue to alert the violator and follow the guidelines set forth within the pursuit policy. And then continues, the deputy should be thoroughly familiar with the area and anticipate the appropriate location to stop the violator. Consideration shall be given to a location with ample space and appropriate lighting. Every effort shall be made to avoid stops on hills, curves, intersections, private drives, business locations, and bridges which have limited parking. Do you agree with me that the road that Mr. Bowman first turned on and proceeded down towards his house was not a highway?
No.
Not a large 2-lane road?
No.
It was a dark road?
Yes, an unlit highway, or unlit roadway, yes.
With multiple driveways along the way?
There were some. I don't know how many, but there were some.
And multiple ditches or right-of-ways featuring a place that you couldn't pull over?
There were some depressions.
Okay. Skipping that. 42.2 at 6602, which is page 10, states sheriff's vehicles shall not be parked in roadways or traffic lanes except when necessary to protect crash scenes or injured persons. When Mr. Bowman was traveling down the road, was there a crash scene or injured person?
No.
Do you agree with me that not only Mr. Bowman, but the police vehicle would be parked partially in a roadway or traffic lane if he had pulled over on that roadway?
Yes.
Okay. Order 47.3. It discusses, is entitled Canine Teams. It is, I don't have the bait stamp number, but it is 47.3. This is page 1. It says candidates must be known to have a mature, patient, decisive, self-controlled, good-natured, and disciplined personality. Did you review that?
I did.
Okay. Did you do any research to determine, or did you make any conclusions related to whether Harvey was mature, patient, decisive, self-controlled, good-natured, and disciplined?
Yeah, I wasn't asked to look at the selection process for promotions or work assignments, simply to analyze the policies that related to this case.
Okay. It also states the deputy must have the ability to physically and vocally control a canine's actions. I think we've been through that. You'll agree with me that that is fundamentally important?
To be able to do physical and vocal control of the canine? Yes.
Correct. It says, as far as qualification of canines, that they're to be friendly when aggression is not warranted. Do you agree that that's important?
Yes.
Why?
Cuts down on accidental bites. It's also better for PR if people can actually touch the dog.
Okay. I'm going to try to skip through some stuff. What is police use of force and the cumulative force factor?
Okay. So a very big scholar named Jeff Alpert, who's at the University of South Carolina, came up with the force factor, and it was based on the 6th position force matrix. And I said, wow, it's already kind of famous because of him. Maybe we can kind of hitch our wagon to that star. And so what we did was came up with a model called a cumulative force. And so cumulative force is, we started looking at, under Alpert's model, he kind of looked at it as just like a series of events looked at individually. We added them up, basically trying to figure out, does force create more injuries the more of it you do, which is kind of common sense.
Right.
So, you hit somebody in the face, well, you might bloody their lip. You punch them 2 or 3 times, you might break a tooth. You keep hitting them in the face, you might kill them. That was kind of the crass version of cumulative force. But it was done with tasers and pepper spray and baton and canine.
You'll agree with me that if a suspect de-escalates resistance, the officer is expected to decrease their use of force to the appropriate lesser level?
Well, to the appropriate level. It may not be the same level as the suspect, but it would go to a lower level.
Okay. And I said if a suspect de-escalates, so let's just say a suspect's going down, should an officer go down?
Yes.
Okay.
But it doesn't mean they're going to be at exactly the same level again. The officer may be a touch higher.
Why? Why do you say that?
Because if you've already used some force already, and I'm assuming you're talking about a confrontation that's already taken place, or is it a threat of force? Did I confuse you with my statement back?
You did, plus I was reading.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, my wife does that too. Okay. So if you're already in a confrontation with somebody and they start to de-escalate, you de-escalate too, but with the mindset that force has already been activated. You've already used force and being prepared to immediately re-escalate it if the circumstances require it.
Why wasn't that done? Why wasn't that warranted here? That at some point when Mr. Bowman was complying, that Harvey should have de-escalated.
Objection for?
He didn't continue to comply. He'd start to comply. And again, we're basing everything on verbal statements we're picking up through a microphone. So when he has to keep saying every 10 seconds, turn around, stop looking at me, that tells me he is not doing what he's told or not following the commands he is given.
In that article, at page 748, there's this, I don't know if you call it chart, or what do you call this?
A mistake, practically. We didn't know how to rank order anything, and we got a group of trainers together and asked them how they might rank order these. And I had done this relatively earlier in my career. I don't know if I'd have put Canine behind less lethal, or higher level than less lethal munitions, because really, based on the old force continuum, the pyramid that I made, they're all at the same level. Canine, less lethal munitions, pepper ball, impact weapons, punching, conducted energy weapons, which is taser. We had to put them in a rank order, and this is what we went with.
Okay.
I would not put it. Normally, I put Canine and impact weapon at the same level. The simple way for dog handlers, to teach dog handlers, anybody wants to know about it, is if you don't feel comfortable walking up and hitting somebody in the leg with a baton, then you surely shouldn't think about using a dog. Okay. It's kind of an easy way of explaining it to people. Like, oh, I wouldn't hit somebody with a stick, then you better not get your dog out, because it's about the same level. Which was level 4 on the Matrix. Yes.
Okay. And level 4 on the Matrix also was flight, concealment, a suspect pulling away or tensing up under arrest?
Yep. And it could be, it's just shy of punching. So it could be pushaways. We've got the code here wrong. Active physical resistance isn't that much. When you get to aggressive physical resistance, which is a level 5 on the old scale, that's when you get the punching, the kicking, the biting, the person's trying to hurt you at that point.
Passive physical resistance does not warrant canine intervention, correct?
No, or anything, but even pepper spray would be. This is pretty old, the document you've got it from. Pepper spray wouldn't be there either. It used to be.
Right, and I'm trying to understand now. Passive physical resistance does not warrant canine apprehension, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Does active physical resistance warrant canine apprehension?
It could.
Okay.
But there are canine deployments where the person is passive at the point where you catch them, like they've hidden themselves. So they may have. So you've got a burglary, and you've made your announcement, and then you release the dog into the building after giving them a good opportunity to surrender, and the person's hiding in a closet. Well, they're not actively doing anything; they're hiding,
right.
And they get dog bit. That seems to be okay.
Would you characterize Mr. Bowman's actions immediately prior to the sending the canine as assaultive or aggressively physical?
Assaultive or aggressively physical? No, neither of those.
Okay. Would you characterize them as active physical?
I'm not sure. It's somewhere in the range, which is why FDLE is using their own model, or their own matrix now.
Okay.
This is too big a game of inches based on a very small number of facts. It's based on solely suspect resistance and the officer's perception to it versus what force options they get. And the FDLE model has a lot more factors.
Have you reviewed Mr. Bowman's deposition testimony?
Oh, I don't know if I have. Just double check. Hang on.
No.
You didn't need to hear his side of the story to make a determination on what happened?
I can only analyze what I'm given. I had his injury photographs, I had witness statements. Well, you've got the list of them. Go.
Yeah. Bear with me. Going back to, the good news is you can see I got 7 slides left, so we're almost there. Going back to that article, page 749, it talks about cumulative force factor. A suspect resistance increases or decreases. As suspect resistance increases or decreases during confrontation, officer force should change to meet the shifting immediate threat. You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. What is this one? Less lethal weapon effectiveness, use of force, and suspect officer injuries, a 5-year analysis.
This was an analysis of the city of Orlando and the Orange County, Florida data over a 5-year period where we collected, I think, about 120 different variables, and we did a FOIA request with their permission. They actually were willing to help us, but we did the FOIA anyhow. We had to pay for it. We had 7,400 cases of use of force over a 5-year period. That was 43 of the very large banker boxes. We had to rent a U-Haul to move them. And then they had to be sorted. We ended up with a total of 4,303 cases that had all of the data. A lot of reports were missing things, or they got lost in the photocopy process. But that's what this was.
What was it written? What was the purpose of it being written, or who did it write? Who was it written for? If that makes sense.
The national. They paid us to write this.
Okay.
It was a federal grant.
Okay. Let me pull it up so I can see what I wanted to ask you about this. Page 50. It looks like, kind of... Oh, there we go. Officers are trained to perceive a suspect's demeanor, body language, and statements, and react according to standards as set forth by the Fourth Amendment case law and agency policy. I assume you agree with that?
Yes.
Law enforcement agencies have adopted use of force matrices as training aids for officers when they are hired and receive continuing training or education, as it allows for a dynamic, fluid, rapidly training scenario. I have no questions about that. Getting down at level 2 on the use of force matrix, officers may use verbal commands or touches, come along technique to control a suspect and order compliance. You agree with that?
Yeah, but we're still using the force matrix, and nobody's used them in a decade.
Okay. And what I want to, this is a matrix that you designed and have testified about repeatedly.
It was what was being used at the time. Okay. It's like using old case law. It's not the valid measure of use of force anymore. Trust me, I'm not excited about it either. I'd much rather be able to use my own models, which were easier to teach. The FDLE model is not as easy to teach.
And I guess that's my, you made the case law comparison, and I guess the analogous situation would be, you were overruled by the FDLE, right? Your model was superseded.
Well, they are the chief law enforcement group in the state of Florida.
Okay.
And they're actually pretty good, having been in other states now.
What is barks or bites the impact of training on police canine force outcomes?
This is the condensed version of my dissertation. This is all the data I collected in a 200-some page document, and it's compressed for an academic journal.
In that, you note, canine handlers, at page 330, canine handlers report an average of 24.3 hours of training their dogs per month. What's appropriated? What's the line, I guess, is my question.
16.
How many?
16.
16 hours per month of training?
Yeah. Well, for dogs. Now, it might be a little bit more if you're wanting to do specialty stuff on top of it.
And who set that standard?
Most of the national associations have set that standard for some time.
Is there a Columbia County Sheriff's Office rule or a FDLE rule related there too?
I can't remember. Multiple groups use the 16-hour rule.
Okay.
But I can't remember which ones are which, and without referring to going back into the notes.
Have you reviewed the training logs of Harvey training Drago?
Yes.
Did you see weeks and months go by without training?
Yes. I also saw a dog that was sick a lot, too. So there are exceptions to that rule. If the dog is out of service, that's because of illness. If the handler takes a different assignment for a short period of time.
Is the reason that there's a set number of training because a dog's brain needs it repeatedly enforced?
It does. It's maintenance, but it can be fixed upon return.
Okay. Do you know if they sufficiently fixed it with Drago?
I don't know. I don't know if it was broken before. But if there was a lapse, it certainly could have been fixed. And it wouldn't have taken much.
And you're not going to characterize... strike that. That is the same graphic, so I overaged one. Let me look real quick. I appreciate the time today. I expected to be there with you, and then 3 boys decided something else this weekend. Let me check my notes, see if I have any angry texts from Amy or Kit.
Okay.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Not a problem.
Any questions?
Okay, why don't we take maybe a 5-10-minute break, and I'll consult with my co-counsel, and we'll let you know if we got some questions.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
We're going off the record.